Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Became Spyro the Purple Dragon Emperor Part 1. Before we start, please go support Mhen1NT3ND0 fan for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki. These three heroes are on a new mission. UA has decided to join schools with Kuoh Academy because it has a better education system while they have the superior hero course. There's only one problem. Most of the girls at that school are worried that the boys at UA are the same as a good majority of the boys at their school. Perverts. To prove them wrong, they sent Class 1A's top 3 strongest students to represent UA and prove that they aren't like that. At first, they had a rough time, not because the girls didn't trust them, but Izuku was too scared to be in such an overwhelming amount of girls in one school. On that same day, he saw his cousin, Issei Hayadu, perving on some girls with his friends. So, Izuku caught him in the act and taught them a lesson. But what he didn't know was that Issei is a devil now. When Issei went to the club he joined, which is full of devils, he was tasked with watching over his cousin because they felt a sacred gear within him, and even Katsuki and Shoto. But when a fallen angel attacks them on their way home, Izuku changes. He has become Spyro the Dragon. How will Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto handle this new knowledge about the supernatural being real? UA's representatives. It was a new day in Class 1A. Aizawa, good morning class. Students, good morning Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, you all did great in your last fight against the League of Villains. But right now, we are going back to normal. However, we have some big news. As you know, our academic skills aren't exactly next to none. That's why we will soon be merging our school with another one. One with a much better educational background. This caused a bit of commotion in his class until Aizawa activated his quirk to shut them all up. Aizawa, however, there is a bit of a problem with this. In order to fix this, we have chosen 3 students to represent us at this school. Tokoemi, may I ask who? Aizawa, until they agree to merge schools with us, which with these 3, is bound to happen. Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izuku Midoriya will be going to this school. Katsuki, what? Shoto, calm down. Katsuki, hell no. Why US? Aizawa, the reasons for that are private. Katsuki, TCH, fine. Izuku, come on, Kaken. Maybe it'll be fun. Katsuki, whatever. Izuku, Shoto, if I may, what's the name of this school? Aizawa gave a signal for Shoto, Izuku, and Katsuki to come here. So they came to him. Aizawa, I am going to whisper it to you because my Neta is here. This confused them. Aizawa, whispering the name of this school is called Kuoh Academy. They nod. They have no idea what that school is, but Mineta did. Aizawa, you will leave tomorrow. After that, Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto sat back down, and they had normal classes and went home. But All Might went to Nizu's office. All Might, are you sure this is a good idea, sir? Nizu, why certainly. Kuoh Academy was once an all-girls school. When it became co-ed, it attracted tons of perverts. The women there are worried that all of our students may be the same. All Might, then why send 3 boys to that school? Nizu, it's simply because of who they are in order to prove that most boys aren't like that. Some are completely different. He pulled out Shoto's file. Nizu, Shoto isn't one for romance. Matter of fact, he'd be too dense for it. Keep in mind the things he said in Empty Lady's interview. All Might, fair. Nizu put away Shoto's file and got out Katsuki's file. Nizu, Katsuki Bakugo. He's far from the romantic type. He wouldn't care if it was an all-girls school, all-boys school, or a regular school. He's not interested. All Might again, fair. Nizu put away Katsuki's file and got out Izuku's file. Nizu, and of course, Izuku Midoriya. Your successor. Due to the amount of bullying he received for being quirkless, he is nervous around girls. He wouldn't be perverted even if he wanted to. Which he doesn't. All Might sighed. All Might. That is understandable, sir. But don't you think he is going to have a bad time? Most of the students at this academy are girls and you knew already and wanted to have some fun, didn't you? Nizu, of course. All Might face-bombed. The next day, Izuku. So this is the location of Kuoh Academy. Katsuki. Let's just get this over with. Shoto, we're going to be here for a while, Katsuki. We have to make the most of it. Katsuki, shut it, icy hot. They walked to Kuoh Town and made it to Kuoh Academy. It was empty at the moment because class had already started. Izuku, well, we better get to our assigned class. They nodded and went into the school. They got to their assigned class, knocked on the door, and waited for the signal to come in. Meanwhile in the class, teacher, alright students. As you know, our hero course is lacking and we want to join together with you, eh? We know you girls aren't too big on that since most of the boys at this school are perverts. Especially the perverted trio, but that's why 3 boys from UA are going to be joining us so you can warm up to them. That caused a commotion in the class until someone shot up from their seat. Hold on, what if they're just as bad? Or even worse? Teacher, I understand your concern, Kenneo, but just give them a chance. Kenneo, whatever. Then they heard a knock at the door. Teacher, that must be them. Come in. The door opened and Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto came in. Teacher, I'd like you to meet your new classmates. These are Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki. That's when the 3 boys noticed something. There were no other boys. Izuku, where are the other boys? Teacher HM? You didn't know? Kuoh Academy used to be an all-girls school and most students here are girls. Izuku girls, he didn't know? Katsuki, Shoto, Izuku. Breath in and, Izuku, I gotta get out of here. He ran out the door. Katsuki, damn it, Izuku. He ran after Izuku. Katsuki, you aren't gonna chicken out here. The girl's sweat dropped. Kenneo, what was that? Shoto sighed. Shoto, apologies. My friend is very shy around girls. Girls, he is? Shoto, yes. He bows to the girls. Shoto, I apologize for my friend's behavior. Girl 1, we're more surprised than upset. Shoto, how so? Girl 2, most of the boys in our school are perverts. Only one of them isn't. Shoto, huh? Well, we aren't like that. Kenneo, we figured considering your friend ran out the classroom after finding out most of the students are girls. Time skip brought to you by Katsuki chasing Izuku around the school, while the Benny Hill theme plays until he finally catches him and drags him back to class. Katsuki, I got him. Izuku, let me go. Katsuki, ugh. Cool it, nerd. Teacher, you need to take your seats. They nodded and Katsuki put Izuku in his chair and Shoto froze him to the chair so he couldn't escape. Izuku, why me? Shoto and Katsuki sat in their seats and class started. During class, the girls noticed that the boys were paying attention to what was being taught, and only that. Even Izuku. After that, it was lunchtime. Shoto, you better, Izuku? Izuku, a little bit. Thanks. Shoto, no worries. He used his left side to unfreeze Izuku. Shoto, let's go eat. Izuku, right. They went outside and saw that there weren't all that many boys. Izuku was getting increasingly worried. Katsuki put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Katsuki, calm down, bud. Just stick with us. Izuku, alright. Thanks, Katsuki. You really shouldn't thank me for anything. Not after what I've done to you. After that, they started having lunch. But then they heard 3 boys talking about viewing girls inside their changing rooms. Shoto, did you hear that? Katsuki, wow. They weren't kidding when they said there were pervs here. Izuku, I got this. He got up and walked over to where the voices were from to find 3 boys peeking through holes to the girls' locker room. Hehe. This is absolutely wonderful. Izuku, what the? Izuku walked over and tapped the boy on the shoulder. 1 second, man. Izuku, HEM. The boy turned to see Izuku and, what the? Izuku? The other 2 boys, Matsuda and Motohama, turned to see him. Matsuda, Issei, you know this guy? Issei, yeah? He's Izuku Midoriya. He's my cousin. Everyone was shocked by this. Then the girls got a little worried before the ones that met Izuku remembered his freak out. Motohama, that's awesome. Hey, wanna come join us too? Matsuda, yikes. Issei, this isn't what? Izuku, I know what this looks like. Issei, he activated one for all at 5%, which shocked Issei. Issei, is that a quirk? But he's quirkless. Motohama, come on, man. We're teens. It's normal for us to. Izuku, Detroit Smash. He punched Motohama and knocked him out. Matsuda, oh. Issei, this is bad. Izuku calmed down a little and got a notebook out. Matsuda, what the? Where did that notebook even? Issei, don't ask. He ripped off a few blank pages and used them to cover up the holes so no one could peek on the girls. Issei and Matsuda, ah man. Izuku, and now, he points at them. Izuku, it's your turn. Issei shivered as he remembered just how much of an All Might fanboy he is, so of course he'd know those words. Issei, hey, can we take a rain check on my beating, please? I have to get to my club. Izuku, you're in a club? Issei, yeah? I joined recently so I can't be late. Izuku, fine. He let Issei go. Izuku, But this doesn't mean I'm not going to teach you a lesson. Issei shit. With that he left, and that left Matsuda. Matsuda, oh. Izuku, Wyoming smash. He knocked Matsuda out. Izuku, welp. That takes care of the situation for now. He then noticed the crowd of girls around him. They were watching him defend their privacy. Izuku, gotta go. He ran back to his friends. However, he didn't know this, but Kaneko saw the whole thing. Kaneko, he's that perv's cousin? Those two seem to be polar opposites. I need to learn more. She walked over to the club room. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei just entered the ORC building. Issei, phew. That was close. Issei? Issei, oh. Rias. Sorry for coming here on short notice. I just had to get away. Issei, yeah? Kaneko then came in. Akino, did you and your friends fight over who to peek in the locker room? Kaneko, actually, Midoriya was angry at them for it and blocked off the hole. Rias, well that's surprising. Issei, no it isn't. Izuku has terrible girl skills. Kaneko, he's right. He and his friends are in my class, and when he found out about how my entire class is made up of girls, he tried to run away. Akino giggled. Akino, maybe he needs a little bit of warming from me. Issei, no. Akino, my. Are you jello? Issei, this isn't about me wanting to date you. Look, even though we are very different, Izuku is my cousin and he's much more important to me than girls. Rias, seriously? Issei nodded. Issei, and Izuku has a reason for his nervousness around girls. He was always bullied for being quirkless. Rias, wait, he's quirkless? Akino, maybe it's a sacred gear. Kaneko, I'm not so sure about that. Issei, the point is he got bullied so much by not just guys, but girls too. He can't be in close proximity with a girl without blushing at least a little bit. Hell, last time I saw him, he couldn't even talk to a girl. Rias, yikes. So, he's your polar opposite? Issei, not entirely, Yudo. We have a few similarities, but when it comes to things like girls and intelligence, we are nothing alike. Kaneko, seems like a nice guy. Issei, oh, you have no idea. But don't anger him. Trust me. He may not look like it, but when he's angry, he's terrifying. Rias, how terrifying. Issei, let's just say you don't want to see it. They all sweat dropped. Kaneko, well, I'm pretty sure he has a quirk now because it's not his sacred gear. Issei, his sacred gear? Or a sacred gear? Connection sighed. Kaneko, I noticed something about the 3 UA representatives. They all have sacred gears. But Midoriya's is the strongest between them. More powerful than what yours probably is. Issei, what do you mean by no? Back on track. He has a sacred gear too? Kaneko nodded. Kaneko, I can sense it. And it's very powerful. Which means he may become a target for fallen angels. Issei, what? I can't let that happen. Rias, then Issei, you will be tasked with watching over your cousin until further notice. Keep him safe. Yudo, you will watch over Shoto Todoroki, the UA representative with white and red hair. Akino, you will watch over Katsuki Bakugo, the UA representative with ash blonde hair. Issei, I will do so without fail, President. Yuto, as you wish. Akino, of course. Kaneko, lunch is about to end. We better go. Issei, right? After that, lunch ended and the rest of the day played out like normal. Later, after school, Izuku parted ways with Katsuki and Shoto and then found and beat Issei up for what he did, but didn't do too much damage to him. Issei, you done? Izuku, yes. You need to control yourself, Issei. We're gonna be in the same school for a while now. Issei, I'll try. Hey, why don't we head back together? I'd love to see Auntie Inko again after so long. Izuku, well, alright. They started to walk together. Issei, hey Izuku? Izuku, what's up? Issei, mind explaining to me how you have a quirk now? Izuku stopped. Izuku, I'm a late bloomer. Issei, Izuku, I know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But even I know that's a lie. Maybe it works on Auntie Inko because the logic would be overshadowed by her joy for you obtaining a quirk. But I'm not Auntie Inko. You need to explain, man. Izuku didn't know what to do. Should he tell him the truth? Or maybe, Izuku, look out! He grabbed Issei and dodged a light spear? Issei, no, not now. Izuku, what's this? Well, they looked up to see a bunch of fallen angels. Izuku, villains? Here? Izuku, who are you? Issei, Izuku. We need to run. Now, I am Middled. And we are here to kill you, Izuku Midoriya. The Dragon's Awakening. Izuku, here to kill me? Why, Middled, Your sacred gear is far too powerful for us to let you live. So die. The army of fallen angels charged at him. Izuku, Issei. Get to cover. I'll handle this. Issei, no way. Not happening, he brought out. Izuku, what the? Danger sense went off and he dodged a light spear. Issei, come on, cuz. Let's thrash these idiots. Izuku, fine, but if things get too dangerous, I want you to run. Issei, fine. I know how stubborn you are sometimes. Issei's gauntlet, boost. Izuku, boost? No. I shouldn't focus on that right now. They both charged at the fallen angels. Izuku, Black Whip. Issei, he has 2 quirks. He wrapped up half the fallen angels in his attack. Issei then punched them, but it didn't do much. The remaining fallen angels got ready to attack. Izuku, Smokescreen. Issei, how many quirks do you have? Izuku, 7. Issei, what? Fallen Angel 1, I can't see. Fallen Angel 2, quick. Fly up. They flew up high, but Izuku wrapped Black Whip around Issei and then, Izuku, float. Issei, now he floats? What else can he do? Izuku dodged a bunch of spears. Izuku, St. Louis Smash Air Force. Many fallen angels were blasted away by the incredible air pressure. Issei, how did he get so strong? Izuku, Issei, I'm going to give you some centrifugal force at one of the villains. Issei, that's right. He doesn't know they're actually fallen angels. Izuku, I'm going to swing you with Black Whip at them. Get ready to strike. Issei on it. He spun around and Issei was moving at a great speed. Issei, here we go. After a bit, he punched a fallen angel in the face and broke their nose. Issei, Izuku, sorry. Issei, no worries. Danger sense went off and Izuku saw many light spears falling down. Izuku, crap. Izuku shot Black Whip at a building behind them and pulled them both in that direction to avoid the light spears. Issei, whoa. That was close. Izuku, they're hell-bent on trying to kill me. But why? Issei clenched his fist. Izuku, we better get back into the fight. Issei, right. They got back into the fight. The fallen angels tried to pierce Izuku with a bunch of light spears. Luckily, Izuku used Black Whip to catch them all, flew above them, and sent them at some of the fallen angels, which pinned them to the ground. Middled, this human is strong. Izuku, I wish I could use FA gene here, but I could cause tons of property damage if I go all out. I'll have to make do with what I've got. Issei, they just keep coming. Izuku, we got to think of a. Izuku, SHIT. Izuku acted without thinking and got in the way and was struck by the spear. Luckily, he adjusted his body and it only pierced his shoulder. Izuku, GH. Izuku fell to the ground. Issei, Izuku. No. Izuku struggled a bit to get up, but he did so anyways. Izuku, this really hurts. Issei turned to the fallen angels. Issei, bastards. Izuku got in Issei's way. Izuku, Issei, don't let your hatred overtake you. It'll lead to rash decisions. I'm still alive. It'll take more than that to kill me. Issei, yeah? You're right. Thanks, cuz. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. Izuku, these villains are tougher than I thought. I can't unleash my full power in such an enclosed space. Issei, then what do we do? Izuku, we may need to. Izuku then doubled over. Issei, Izuku? Are you okay? Izuku, something feels wrong. The fallen angels were confused as to what was going on until a purple aura was surrounding Izuku. He looked to be in pain. Then, his skin started to become purple scales. Izuku, Issei, you need to run. Issei couldn't move. He could only watch in horror as his cousins changed his progress. He grew orange horns. Then, he grew a purple tail with the tip being a big orange spike. More orange spikes appeared on his purple tail, and also his head. His teeth sharpened and he fell on all fours with his hands becoming claws. To finish it off, he grew 2 orange wings. Issei, Izuku? Izuku had become. The fallen angels went from confident to terrified. Middled. No, it can't be. Izuku seemed unaware of the changes and jumped with one for all and Izuku, Texas Smash. Most of the fallen angels were sent back. Izuku, did I go over my limit? No. My arm doesn't feel broken. It doesn't matter right now. I have to protect Issei. Issei, Izuku. What happened? Izuku, St. Louis Smash. Another fallen angel down. Izuku looked at Middle with a dangerous glare that made her flinch back. Izuku, you shouldn't have brought my family into this. He charged at Middle with incredible speed. Middle could only watch in fear as she couldn't move due to fear. Izuku, Detroit Smash. The punch was so powerful Middle was shot far away from Izuku and caused massive amounts of wind pressure. Izuku, how did I get this strong? I was only using 45%. He noticed his claw. Izuku, WH, what happened to me? He lost his concentration and fell to the ground hard. Although it didn't hurt all that much, Izuku tried to stand up, but fell down on all fours. Issei, Izuka. Are you okay? Izuku, Issei, something weird is happening to me and I get the feeling I'm not the only one who's keeping secrets here. What is going on? Issei sighed. Issei, how about this? You tell me your secret and I tell you mine. Izuku, fine. Issei, let me just ask the president of the club I go to. He texted Aries, and she said that she'll explain it at lunch tomorrow. Issei, she says it'll all be revealed tomorrow. Can you hold out until then? Izuku, I guess, but do you have a phone so I can see what I look like right now? Issei, I'm okay. He turned on his camera and showed him what he looked like. Izuku, what happened to me? Then, he fell down and turned back to normal. Izuku, what the? Issei, I promise, all will be revealed tomorrow. For both of us. Izuku, okay. Man, I'm tired. Time skipped to lunch the next day. Katsuki, so what happened to you guys last night? Izuku and Shoto said nothing at first. Then, Izuku, I was attacked by about 50 villains. They were easy to beat, but so many that it became a challenge. Shoto, wait. I fought about 5 villains. Katsuki, same. Izuku, all of us fought villains? Shoto, they were firing spears of light. Katsuki, same for me. Izuku, me as well. What's going on here? Issei, hey, Katsuki, what are you doing here? Issei, you guys wanted an explanation, right? Then come with me and you'll find out. Shoto, I don't see any other option if we want to find out what happened. Katsuki, damn it, they followed Issei who led them to. Katsuki, the hell is this place? Issei, this is the Occult Research Club. Katsuki, did you bring us here just to get new members? Issei, no. Geez, they entered the ORC. Aries saw Issei. You brought them. Izuku saw that most of the people in the building were girls and hid behind Katsuki. Katsuki, oh for buck's sake get a grip you damn nerd. Izuku, I can't help it. They all sweat drop. Aries, you weren't kidding. Issei. Katsuki forced Izuku to fully show himself, despite his protests. Aries, so. I assume you are here because of the events that have happened last night, yes? Shoto, that's right. Katsuki, there's no way over 50 villains could have the exact same quirk. Explain now. Akino, my. Eager are we? Katsuki, shut up. I want an explanation. Shoto, calm down. Katsuki, Izuku, I'm very sorry. Kaken can be a bit, Aries, intense? Akino, aggressive? Kaneko, annoying? Izuku, Issei, and Shoto, all of the above. Katsuki gave them the middle finger. Izuku, anyways. I was told that if I told you about my quirk, you'd tell us about what happened yesterday. Aries, yes. That is correct. We'll go first actually. To ensure we'll keep our promise. Katsuki, whatever. Shoto, Izuku, are you sure about this? Izuku, we need the info in order to understand what we're up against. Aries, so. To put it simply, we're devils. The 3 heroes in training blinked. Izuku, you mean you have devil quirks, right? They said nothing. Katsuki, is this some stupid joke or? Then they revealed their devil wings which made their jaws drop. Shoto, guys, I think they are telling the truth. Katsuki, no. Really? I thought they all had the exact same quirk like with those villains yesterday. Shoto, really? Katsuki, no you idiot. Izuku, Issei. You too? Issei, it's a long story. Would you like the short version, or the full version? Izuku, we're on a time crunch, so the short version. Issei, well, a few days ago, I went on a date. Katsuki, you? Izuku's perverted cousin? Issei, first of all, ouch. Second of all, since when did you stop calling my cousin Deku? Katsuki held his head down. Issei, and finally, it's the truth. Kaneko, what was that about being called Deku? Issei, anyways, me and my date Yuma, we had a great date. Then, later that night it happened. Shoto, were you attacked by those villains? Issei, yes and no. Izuku, what are you talking about? Issei, so Yuma was one of them and pierced me in the stomach with a light spear, which killed me. Izuku, what? Akino, you see, she is known as a fallen angel. To put it simply, the supernatural is all real. Everything you heard about with the supernatural? None of it is made up. We were able to save Issei's life, but we had to turn him into a devil. Shoto, I did not see that coming. Katsuki, none of us did. Izuku, she killed you? Issei, oh. Katsuki, Shoto, and Issei hit the deck. They took cover, which confused everyone until Issei, what the actual hell? Shoto, he's furious. Yuto, I now understand what you meant when you said he's terrifying when he's angry. Katsuki, well, we better calm him down. Issei, oh sure. Get in close proximity with an angry Izuku. Great idea. Kaneko, I'll calm him down. Shoto, are you sure? Kaneko, I'll be fine. She walked over to Izuku in the middle of the smokescreen. Kaneko, Midoriya. It's going to be okay. Izuku couldn't hear her well. Kaneko then did the only thing she could think of to catch his attention. She hugged him. Kaneko, Izuku. Listen to me. It's okay. Your cousin is still alive. Just calm down. Izuku was able to hear her voice and calmed down. The smoke screen dissipated and the black whips also disappeared. Akino, oh my. Aries, never seen her hug a boy before. The two then realized the position they're in. Izuku, can why you let me go now? Kaneko, as sure. Sorry, they separated. Izuku, everyone, I'm sorry I lost control. Aries, it's understandable. No worries. Izuku, so is that all? Aries, there is one more thing. But first, I think it's only fair that you explain how you have a quirk when up until about 2 years ago, you were quirkless. Issei told us about that. Izuku sighed and told them about One for All. Issei, okay, so to simplify it, All Might gave you his freaking quirk? Izuku, yeah? That's about right. Issei, that is just insane. Izuku, I know, right? Shoto, so, now that Izuku told you about this, I think it's time you explain the other thing. Aries, right. Ahem. Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo. Shoto Todoroki. You three have sacred gears. Izuku, sacred gears? Katsuki, what the hell are sacred gears? Aries went on to explain sacred gears. Izuku, wait. Issei, that gauntlet you used yesterday. Was that? Issei, yep. My sacred gear. Not sure what it is, but it seems to double my strength, so that's good. Thanks to you, we caused some serious damage, Izuku, and you're saying we have them wait. That thing I did yesterday. Was that? Issei, I think so. Considering your freak out, it wasn't a quirk of yours. Aries, HM? Show us. Katsuki, I'm curious too. Izuku, how do I activate a sacred gear? Kaneko, just focus on activating it. Izuku nodded. He then focused and transformed into a purple dragon again. Katsuki, what the actual shit? Shoto, now I'm starting to think you're Ryukyu's secret love child. Izuku and Katsuki, Shoto. No, Issei, where did that thought even come from? Katsuki, he still thinks the nerd is All Might's secret love child. Shoto, mark my words, I will prove it to you all. Everyone's sweat drops at this. Aries, that gear, it's one of the strongest out there. Izuku, it is? Aries, the sacred gear that holds the spirit of a legendary dragon. The essence of the Purple Dragon Emperor, meeting ain't none. Izuku, Purple Dragon Emperor? Katsuki, what the hell are you talking about? Aries, then allow me to explain. You see, dragons exist as well. All kinds of dragons. Big dragons, small dragons, etc. They have different elemental abilities depending on their color. For example, red dragons use fire. Shoto, cool. Aries, however, there is one exception, purple dragons. They have the ability to master all the elements. Fire, ice, earth, electricity, wind, etc. Including the one element that no other dragon can master. Ether. Izuku, ether? Aries, energy in its truest form. The true power of the purple dragon. It can do many things. But it drains your energy. Fast. Izuku, it sounds very useful. Aries, however, you would need to master the elements of fire, ice, earth, and electricity. Only then can you use ether. Izuku, seems like I have a lot of training ahead of me. How do I go back to normal? Yuto, just think about deactivating your gear. Izuku, got it. He then turned back to normal. Izuku, wait. You said that Shoto and Kaken have sacred gears too, right? Akino, Kaken? Katsuki, he means me. It's a name he's called me since we were little. Akino, Aries, to answer your question, yes. But we don't know what they are. Shoto, why not? Kaneko, we can sense a sacred gear, but unless we see it for ourselves, we don't know what it is. Try and activate them. You probably won't be able to achieve its true form, but it could give us a hint. They nodded. As they focused, Shoto gained a blue helmet and grew 2 blue wings that seemed to be bladed. As for Katsuki, he gained blue helmet with a gold fin that curves backwards and also has robotic lenses. Aries, you seem to also have draconic sacred gears. But with more training, it will evolve into much more powerful gears. Katsuki, then we'll train as hard as we can. Shoto, wonder what'll happen to us when that happens. Aries, with that out of the way, I have to ask you, do you plan to tell anyone about this? Izuku, if word got out that the supernatural exists, the entire world could panic. It's best to keep this a secret. Katsuki and Shoto agreed. Aries smiled. Aries, thank you for understanding. Because if you didn't, we would have to erase your memories. The hero's sweat dropped. Izuku, honestly, I can't blame you. Katsuki and Shoto, same. Katsuki and Shoto deactivated their sacred gears. Aries, I have one more question. Would you like to join us? Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto were surprised and decided to talk about their decision before coming up with an answer. Izuku, we apologize, but no. We're fine being humans. Aries, I understand. How about we make you honorary members of this club? So in case of an emergency, we can let you know. Shoto, if it doesn't involve turning us into demons, then I'm all for it. Katsuki, devils icy hot. Not demons. There's a difference. Shoto, right. My bad. Katsuki, anyways, I'm fine with it. But just so we're clear, I ain't your slave. Capiche? Aries, alright. Izuku, if it means I can help you when in need, I'm in. Issei, of course you'd say that, Izuku. Izuku, it's just who I am. Aries, then, welcome to the club. Akino, how about a hug? Izuku, nope. Aries, stop Akino. Akino, sorry. Aries, anyways, after school, I would like Izuku to help Issei out with passing out flyers. Katsuki, flyers? For what? Aries went on to explain how contracts work. Izuku, that's pretty interesting. So you want me to help Issei out with this? Aries, according to Kenneo, you can keep him focused on his task because of Izuku, him being a pervert? Kenneo, yes. Issei, Ichiwai. Katsuki, you know it's true. Issei, yeah? You're right. Izuku, sure thing. Maybe we can actually catch up on the past 2 years. But why did the fallen angels attack us? Aries, they sense your sacred gears. Because of their incredible strength, they want to kill you. So you'll be hunted down by them. Izuku, great. Just great. Issei, I know, man. Hopefully, one day they'll quit. Katsuki, bring it on. He let out an explosion. Izuku, remember Issei, I'm watching you. Issei shivered. After that they left. Time skipped to after school. Izuku and Issei were walking around while Issei was passing out flyers. Izuku had to pinch his ear a few times when he started ogling women, but not too much. Issei, so, you managed to get to UA, huh? Izuku nodded. Izuku, yep. I made a lot of new friends there. And there's another pervert. Issei, really? Izuku, quick question. Would you tell a little girl that you can't wait to see how they look in 10 years? Issei, Izuku, I know I'm a pervert. But do you really think that lowly of me? Izuku, nope. But that's something the pervert in my class said to a little girl. Issei, dude, seriously? Izuku, yeah? He's even worse than you. Issei, yikes. And here I thought I was the biggest pervert ever. Izuku, well, Issei, do you beat him up for his antics? Izuku, actually, it's either my classmates Tsuyu Arie or Kyokujiro. So be sure to avoid them. Just a word of advice. Issei, noted. By the way, why are you, Bakugo, and Todoroki even at Koh in the first place? Izuku, you don't know? I heard there was an assembly about it at Koh Academy last week. Issei, oh. I fell asleep during that assembly. Izuku facepalmed. Izuku, look, Issei. UA is best known for its hero course, but Koh Academy has a much better teaching system for the normal classes. So, UA is planning on merging schools with Koh Academy to make it an even better school. Issei, really? Awesome. That means we'd be able to hang out even more and maybe I could become a hero. Izuku, true, but there's a problem. Issei, what is it? Izuku, because of the antics caused by perverts like you, the girls aren't really trusting of the boys at UA, thinking that they might be just as bad as you. Issei, whoops. Izuku sighed. Izuku, in order to prove that we aren't like that, Shoto, Kaken, and I are here as representatives of UA. Issei, let me guess. You didn't know that most students at Koh Academy are girls? Izuku, yes. Issei, did you run out of the classroom when you found out? Izuku, yes. Issei, Bakugo chased you down and dragged you back in. Izuku, yes. Issei, it makes sense they would send you. When it comes to girls, we're polar opposites. Izuku, I know. And you know how Kaken is. Issei, yep. I do. So anyways, wow. Izuku and Issei looked in the direction of the shout to see a girl who had tumbled, and her lower end was showing. Issei, what a view! I dash. Izuku pinched his ear while looking away. Issei, OW. 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 Okay. I'll stop. Izuku, good. Let's just help her up. Issei went over to the girl and helped her up. Thank you for helping me up. Issei, no problem. Izuku uncovered his eyes. Izuku, you okay? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Asia Argento. Issei, I'm Issei Hayadu. He pointed to his cousin. Issei, that's my cousin. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, nice to meet you. Asia, are you alright? Issei, he's fine. He's just very shy around girls. Izuku, sorry. Asia, it's fine. Issei, what are you doing out here? Asia, I was trying to find my way to the town church. Can you help me? Issei, sure. Izuku, wait. Can he even be near a church? I'd better stick around in case he tries something stupid. Asia, thank you. Please. Lead the way. Issei, right. You come too, Izuku. Izuku, I was going to do that anyways. Someone's gotta keep you in check? Issei led the way. On the way to the church, they heard crying and Asia went towards it and found a little boy crying over a hurt knee. She then ended up healing him with these strange rings of hers, which shocked Izuku and made Issei flinch. Izuku, whoa! That was awesome. He got out his notebook. Izuku, what was that? Asia, oh. That was a miracle gift from God. Izuku, from God? Could it be a sacred gear? After that, Issei continued to lead the way until they made it to the church. Asia, thank you very much for helping me, Issei and Izuku. Izuku, and no problem. Issei, it was nothing. Asia, I'd like to return the favor. Will you accompany me? Izuku, actually, I have to help Issei study for a test. Apologies, but maybe next time. Asia looked a little sad, but her expression brightened up quickly. Asia, well, I do hope you can visit me sometime. Issei, I'm sure. Asia then left. Issei, Izuku, I had a bad feeling about that building. Izuku, seeing how you're a devil now, it makes sense. Churches are meant for praying to God. But I also have a bad feeling about that church. We should inform Rias. Issei, good idea. After that, they left to inform Rias about what happened. Hunting a stray devil and encounter with a psycho priest. Rias, Issei, you can't go near that church again. Issei, huh? Izuku, could it be because he's a devil? Rias nods. Rias, churches are a hostile territory to us devils. You'll cause fights with our enemies if you so much as step foot in there. Izuku, on the other hand, is perfectly fine, due to him still being human. Issei, that explains why I felt a chill but Izuku didn't. He sighs. Issei, I understand. Izuku, you wanna go for a walk, Issei? Issei, yeah? That'd be nice. They left the club. Izuku, sorry things didn't work out well. Issei, it's fine. Maybe we should continue catching up. What are the things you've done at UA anyways? For the rest of the day, they talked about Izuku's adventures in UA. Issei, wow. You've had so many awesome adventures. Meanwhile, the only things exciting were the times I was a devil. Izuku, at least you have some exciting times. Issei, yeah? You're right. Izuku then got a call from Katsuki. Izuku, hang on. It's Kaken. He answers the phone. Izuku, what's up, Kaken? Katsuki, we're hunting down this being called a stray devil. Izuku, a what? Issei, what did he say? Izuku, he says we're hunting down a stray devil. Issei, what the heck is a stray devil? Izuku, I don't know. Katsuki, just get your cousin over to our location so we can get this over with and call it a day. Izuku, alright. He hung up. Izuku, let's go, Issei. Kaken sent me his location. Issei, right? Later at an old and abandoned house. Izuku, we're here. Kaneko, took you long enough. Izuku, sorry. Shoto, now that we're all here, what is a stray devil? Yuto, stray devils used to be servants to another devil. Issei, like most of us? Yuto nodded. Yuto, sometimes, devils betray or kill their masters in order to gain freedom. That's what a stray devil is. Akino, the stray devils used here is said to lure people into this house to eat them. Katsuki, that's disgusting. Shoto, even more disgusting than your explosive mucus. Rias, You have exploding mucus? Katsuki, oh for buck's sake, that was one time. Aries, look Issei, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, I want you four to just watch so you can see how this is done. Most of them accepted this. But, Katsuki, hell no. Izuku, Kaken. You can take just one break. Katsuki, tch, fine. Izuku, look, if things get serious, we're jumping in. Aries, understood. Shoto, let's get this over with. They walk in and look around. Aries, Issei, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto? All four, yeah? Aries, do you know how chess works? Heroes, yes. Issei, yeah? Why? Aries, I, the master, and the king, there's the queen, knights, rooks, bishops, and pawns. Devils from the aristocracy assign the traits of these pieces to their subordinates. Izuku got out his notebook and wrote this down. Aries, where did? Issei, Katsuki, and Shoto, don't bother asking. Izuku, go on. Aries cleared her throat. Aries, we call them evil pieces. Shoto, the name needs work. Aries, I know. Kenneo, she's here. They turned to the right direction. Stray devil, I smell something bad. At the same time, I also smell something very delicious. Will it be sweet? Or will it be bitter? They saw a naked woman. Izuku, Izuku hides behind Katsuki. Katsuki, what is wrong with her? Shoto, she's naked. Katsuki and Izuku, we know. Aries, stray devil type, visor. Nefarious beings that run away from their masters to fulfill their own desires. They more than deserve death for their sins. Issei, seems more like an exhibitionist to me. That was until she showed her true self. Izuku, now I'm more concerned about her lower part. Katsuki, let's take this hitch down then. Issei, what a waste. Huh, he saw that there was magic circles around her. Don't ask me to say where. Then laser was shot out of the magic circles. Izuku, take cover. They avoided the laser in time as it hit a wall, and it dissolved. Katsuki, holy shit. Izuku, we better activate our sacred gears in case they need our help. Katsuki, good idea. They activated their sacred gears. They then saw Yuto disappear. Izuku, WH, Aries, Yuto is a knight. This means his trait is speed. And his sword is from his sacred gears called Sword Birth. Izuku, I gotta know more. Then, danger sense went off and he saw Visser open a big mouth from under her body and was about to bite down on Kenneo. Izuku, Kenneo! He rushed in and pushed her out of the way before getting chomped, but Visser's teeth broke. Izuku, what the? What happened? Aries, whoops. Forgot to mention that your scales are impenetrable. Izuku, well, that explains it. You okay, Kenneo? Kenneo, yeah? It wouldn't have mattered if you didn't push me out of the way, though. Izuku, huh? Aries, Kenneo is a rook. Her traits are tremendous strength and durability. She would have been fine. Izuku, oh. Sorry for interfering. Kenneo, do you just apologize for everything? Issei, he pretty much does. Kenneo, well stop. You were looking out for me. Izuku, sorry. Kenneo sighed in annoyance. Akino, is it my turn? Aries, yes it is. Izuku, Kenneo, please move out of the way. Izuku, okay. Come on, Kenneo. Kenneo nodded and they moved out of the way. Akino started walking towards her when danger sense went off and a hand from behind Aries, that Yuto sliced off, came back to life. Izuku, behind you. Issei, I got it. He punched the hand away. Aries, thank you Issei. Issei blushed. Issei, no problem. Aries, Akino, finish her off. Akino, a bad girl who tries to harm our president must be punished. Izuku, so, what is Akino? Aries, she's the queen. Shoto, so, she has the powers of rook, knight, and whatever bishops do? Aries, yes. Akino zapped Visser with lightning. She screamed in pain, but, Akino, oh my, you're still energetic. She licked her lips seductively. Katsuki, the hell is wrong with her? Aries, forgot to mention. She's a sadist. Shoto, is she Midnight's secret love child? Izuku and Katsuki, Shoto. Enough, Akino. I wonder how long you can last. She started laughing. Katsuki, anyone else getting creeped out by this? Izuku and Shoto, me. Aries, Akino, that's enough. Akino stopped attacking and turned back to the others while Visser fell to the ground. Akino, done already? That's a shame. I was having a lot of fun. Aries walked over to Sho. Aries, any last words? Visser, just kill me already. Aries, checkmate. Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, and Issei, whoa. Aries, we're done here. Let's go. Izuku, hang on. What about Issei? What piece is he? Aries, he's a pawn. Issei what? Katsuki laughed at this. Katsuki, you're the worst piece. Ha 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 ha. Izuku, there is no worse piece in chess. Every chess piece has their uses. Even pawns. Issei, thanks for trying to cheer me up, man. But it's cool. Izuku sighed. Then they all left. Kenneo, he didn't know about his impenetrable scales, and yet he still protected me at the risk of his own life. He really is a hero. The next day, Issei and Izuku were walking over to a client's place. Issei had. Izuku, how come I'm coming along with you? Issei, if it's a girl, I need someone to snap me out of it. And I trust you more than I do Katsuki, and I barely know Shoto. Izuku, I guess that makes sense. They entered the door of the house and no one was there. Issei, that's strange. Hello? I'm Gremry's servant here too. Izuku, Issei look. He pointed to a dead body. Issei, geez. Izuku, what hap? Then danger sense went off louder than most of the time. Izuku, we're not alone. Issei gulped. Punishment of the wicked. They looked to see someone on the couch. I'm quoting the holy scripture. Izuku, who are you? Fried Selzen. A young priest who's part of a certain exorcist program. Issei, a priest? Fried, well, I'm not some shitty devil. Izuku, is this your doing? Fried, once you start depending on shitty devils, you can't be considered human anymore. It was my job to kill people like him. He takes out a light sword and a gun. Fried, and you. Izuku and Issei activated their sacred gears. Fried, I look forward to killing you both. He fires his gun at Izuku's head, but the bullet bounced right off. Fried, Izuku, my scales are impenetrable, you freak. Fried, what did you call me? Issei, he called you a freak. Izuku, you kill innocents just because they relied on Dev. Danger sense went off and he dodged Fried's light sword. Fried, I don't want to hear it from you. Issei punched him in the face, sending him into the wall. Izuku, here goes nothing. Izuku shot fire from his mouth at Fried and burned him. Fried, you bastard. He got up and pointed his gun at Issei. Fried, it's time for you to. Then, they heard screams coming from Izuku and Issei. Asia? Fried, are you done setting up those magical barriers I tasked you to do? Asia was looking terrified at the corpse. Fried, I almost forgot. You're a beginner. This is our job. Asia, and no wait. Issei? What are you doing here? Izuku, sorry Asia. We sort of lied to you. Asia, Izuku? Is that you? Izuku nodded. Fried, you three know each other? Issei, sorry. I'm a devil. My cousin lied so I wouldn't go to the church. Asia, and no. Izuku, sorry. Fried, I hate to break up this shitty sob story, but devils and humans are incompatible. Not to mention we can't live without the protection of the fallen angels. Asia, wait. Can we just talk things over? This angered Fried. Fried, you know nothing. Asia, they're good people. Fried, only the one with the gauntlet is a devil. Dragon Boy here isn't. Danger sense went off and Izuku jumped on Fried and dug his claws into his shoulder and knocked him down. Fried, Issei, good job, man. Then, the rest of the peerage appeared from a magic circle. Kenneo, what is happening here? Izuku, long story. Aries, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was a stray exorcist due to the barrier around here. Then danger sense went off intensely. Izuku, wow. Issei, what did danger sense pick up, cuz? Izuku, I don't know, but it's dangerous. Fried, looks like the fallen angels are coming. Izuku, you get out of here. I'll handle the fallen angels and keep Asia safe. Aries, we can't just. Shoto, have faith in him. If things go wrong, he will activate his trump card and escape easily. Issei, besides, Izuku is stubborn. He'll make it through. Katsuki, and I know that better than anyone. Issei, of course you would. Katsuki sighs. Aries, fine. With that, they left. Izuku, Asia, I'm going to save you. I promise. Asia, I'll be fine. Izuku, Asia, I have a feeling there is more behind this than you think. I'm going to help you through it. Asia, well, if you insist. Then, a bunch of fallen angels appeared. Asia, are you sure about this, Izuku? Izuku, I'm very sure. After all, I'm all fired up, taking the fight to them. Izuku started out the fight by charging up one for all. Green sparks flowed around him. Asia, is that his quirk? Izuku launched himself at the fallen angels and Izuku, Michigan smash. Izuku hit one of the fallen angels with his tail and sent them crashing into a wall and knocked them out. This shocked the fallen angels. Just one attack. Fallen Angel 1, wait a minute. That's the boy that Middle fought. Now they were worried. They heard that Middlet and 49 other fallen angels fought the Purple Dragon Emperor, and even though he was extremely outnumbered, he defeated most of them on his own. And the ones he didn't, he still played a big part in their defeat. Fallen Angel 2, so what? We can take him, Izuku. I can't use FA Gene with Asia here. Can't let her get caught in the crossfire. And using one for all at 45% seems to be far stronger in this form. I'll have to rely on 20%. Izuku rushed at another fallen angel, who threw a light spear at him. But he caught it. Izuku, nice try. Izuku clenched the light spear as hard as he could and it shattered. Fallen Angel 3, shit. Izuku, Detroit Smash. He punched him in the face. He then rushed over to another one. Fallen Angel 4, no! Stay away. Izuku, Carolina Smash. He took down more fallen angels. Fallen Angel 2, I got this. He charged at Izuku. Fallen Angel 1, no. Wait. Izuku, Manchester Smash. He was knocked out. Izuku, who's next? Danger sense activated, and Izuku dodged a bunch of light spears from above. Izuku, I guess you guys. He shot Black Whip at them and tied them up before yanking his fist back to bring them over to him. Asia, another quirk? Izuku, Arizona Smash. There goes another 4. Fallen Angel 6. This is ridiculous. Izuku, smoke screen. The entire room was enveloped in purple smoke. But thanks to Izuku's heightened dragon senses, he could find them. He went up to one of them. Izuku, Illinois Smash, gave the fallen angel a powerful headbutt and knocked him out. Izuku, I have to keep Asia safe. Izuku spewed out more fire and took down a couple more fallen angels. Izuku, we can make this easier for us both and you can give up. Just leave and let us. Then, he heard Asia scream. Izuku, Asia. Izuku had to clear the smoke fast. Izuku, Texas Smash. He threw a punch and a large gust of wind cleared the area and he saw Asia being taken away by another fallen angel. Izuku tried to reach here but he was too late. She was gone. Izuku, no. Fallen Angel 7, looks like you lost. They all laughed at him but, Izuku, you don't know what you've done. Fallen Angel 7, what are you talking Abu? The fallen angels were now terrified. Izuku, I was holding back this entire time. Fallen Angel 1, wait, what? Izuku, I didn't want Asia to get caught in any attacks. Now I'm not holding back. Izuku charged forward and in the blink of an eye, another fallen angel was defeated. But another fallen angel was defeated in a different way. Izuku, I won't kill any of you. But I will get information from you. What happened next was chaotic. Izuku was taking down fallen angels one by one. They tried to attack, but he saw them all coming. Even when they hit, it could never pierce through his scales. No matter what they did, Izuku would not stop until they were defeated. Now, there was only one left. Fallen Angel 1, this is bad. This is bad. Izuku sped right behind him. Izuku, all fired up. He blasted the fallen angel with a small but strong fireball and slammed him to the ground. He was holding his throat in his right claw. Izuku, listen up. I don't want to kill you. But I will if I have to. And just so you know, don't bother trying to stab me. My scales are impenetrable. The fallen angel gulped. Izuku, look. I have 3 questions for you that I want you to answer. If you don't answer them truthfully or at all, I will have to take things to the extreme. You saw what I did to your friends. Don't test me. Fallen Angel 1, okay. I'll talk. What do you want to know? Izuku, question 1. Who took Asia? Fallen Angel 1, her name is Rainier. She is also a fallen angel. Izuku, question 2. What are you planning to do with Asia? Fallen Angel 1. Rainier is going to rip out her sacred gear and take it for herself. Izuku, that's possible? The fallen angel nodded. Izuku, final question. Where are they right now? Fallen Angel 1. My guess is that they're at our hideout. I can give you the location. Izuku, that would be helpful. The fallen angel gave Izuku the location. Izuku, and as promised, you are free to go. He let go of the fallen angel. Fallen Angel 1. Just like that? Izuku, what did you expect me to do? You complied with my requests. I have no reason to harm you any further. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go. With that, he left. At the ORC, Aries, I said no. Are you trying to cause trouble for us devils? Say, but Aries, look, with Katsuki and Shoto, it could be possible. But there's one problem. We don't know where they're at. It turns out, Izuku had texted Katsuki that Asia was kidnapped by Rainier, Shoto, but we should at least try to find her. Aries, for crying out Lu. Izuku then came in. Issei, Izuku, Issei, I'm so sorry. I wasn't able to save Asia. Issei, we know. Katsuki got your text. We would go help, but we don't know where they are. Izuku, yes we do. Akino, we do? Izuku, I interrogated a fallen angel. He told me what was going on. Kaneko, are you sure he told you the truth? Izuku, considering I told him that I would kill him if he didn't answer truthfully, I believe him. Katsuki, but you didn't mean it, right? Izuku, obviously. Anyways, here's the info. He showed them a location. Izuku, this is where Asia is at. She was taken by a fallen angel known as Rainer. Issei, Rainer, Izuku, and they are planning to take her sacred gear. I think it was those 2 rings that she used to heal that boy. Issei, you may be right. Aries, that sacred gear is called Twilight Healing. Wait, they're going to take it away? Shoto, what's wrong with that? Other than them getting the power, Aries, I forgot to mention one important thing about sacred gears. They must not be removed. Otherwise, the one who lost their sacred gear will die. Izuku, Issei, Shoto, and Katsuki, what? Issei, this is serious. Everybody panic. Izuku slapped him. Issei, ouch. Izuku, panicking isn't going to do us any good. We have to save her. Simple as that. Right now, time is of the essence. If we're going to save her, we do it now. Aries, whether you like it or not, I'm going. Katsuki, so am I. Like I said, I ain't your servant. Shoto, even if it isn't our business, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Issei, and I'm going to. Sorry, Aries sighed. Aries, alright. Everyone, let's go. Everyone, hi! They went outside the club and Izuku shot Black Whip at 2 trees and wrapped the others up in Black Whips from his back. Izuku, everyone, I'm going to slingshot us to our location. It'll be faster this way. We don't have long. Ready? Everyone ready. Izuku, here goes. Kaneko, why are you? Izuku, quirk, Fa gene. By repeating a motion over and over, I can temporarily store kinetic energy to be released later. Kaneko, that explains why you were doing squats. Katsuki, hang on tight. Izuku, full 100%. He blasted off with the others at incredible speed. Issei, so fast. Aries, he's not even using his sacred gear. It didn't take them long before they were able to reach the building Asia was being kept at. Issei, I don't feel so good. Izuku, sorry. Issei got a hold of his lunch and got ready. Izuku, alright everyone, our task is to save Asia. We all agree? Everyone, right. Izuku, there will probably be obstacles in every step of the way. Aries, Akino and I will scout out the outside area to make sure no other fallen angels are around. Izuku, sounds good to me. Kaken. Shoto. If we run into trouble inside, one of you should stay behind so we can get past the trouble. You guys are more than capable. Shoto nodded. Katsuki, sounds good to me, nerd. Izuku, everyone ready? Everyone, hi. Izuku, then Detroit Smash. He busted down the door and saw Freed was there. Freed, finally. Now I can kill all of you. Shoto, your scheme is about to end. Katsuki, do you know why? Izuku, because we are here. Requeuing Asia and Sacred Gear Awakenings. Shoto, nice place you have here. Freed, you like it? Katsuki, wonder what else you did with the place. It seems like there's more to it than meets the eye. Freed, why yes. The altar has a trap door leading to a VIP worship center with an equally important party going on downstairs. We're in the process of. He stopped talking when he realized what he said. Freed, you tricked me. Katsuki, I can't believe he fell for that. He's dumber than Dune Face. Shoto, I'll handle the freaky exorcist. You guys go on ahead. Yuto, are you sure about this? Katsuki, Icy Hot can handle it. Even without his sacred gear. Shoto activated his sacred gear. Freed, as if I'd let you. Shoto, flash fire fist jet kindling. Freed was sent into a wall. Katsuki, let's go. They went up to the altar of the place and went down the trapdoor. Izuku, alright. With Shoto gone, the next one to stay behind is Kaken. But if he's outnumbered, more of us will have to stay behind. Katsuki, you and your cousin should be the ones to go on ahead without us. It's more personal for you too. Izuku and Issei nodded. When they got to the end of the stairwell, they saw Asia chained up and a magic circle over her. Izuku, there's not much time left. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of masked priests ready to attack. They were able to take a bunch of them down, but, Rainier, you are too late. She was right, or so she thought. Izuku jumped back and shot out Black Whip and Izuku, full 100%. Manchester Smash, Kenneo. He used the remaining stored energy of that quirk that he kept in his other leg. He kicked Rainier and sent her flying into the wall, and the spell was cancelled. Izuku, now's our chance. Izuku ripped off the chains and Asia fell off. Izuku caught her. Izuku, we need to get out of here. Katsuki, don't think the damn priests will let us. Danger sense went off and Rainier shot a light spear at Izuku, but Issei activated his sacred gear and batted it away. Issei, Izuku, you and I will get Asia to safety. Izuku nodded. Katsuki, we'll stay behind and fight the good fight. Izuku, be careful, guys. Yuto, you too. Izuku and Issei ran for the nearby door quickly. Meanwhile with Shoto, Hell Spider. Fried tried to block it with his light sword, but was still hit. Fried, you bastard! He rushed at Shot and swung his sword, but it was blocked by Shoto's bladed wing. Shoto said nothing. Fried, say something, you goody two-shoes. Shoto nodded and flung him away. Shoto phosphor. Shoto blasted fire at Fried and he barely avoided it, but Fried, what the buck? Why are your flames so cold? How is that even possible? Shoto, what does it matter? You're not my friend. So I am only going to tell you this. I will make my own destiny. Fried, I do not understand. Shoto shot blades of ice at Fried while he was distracted, but Fried slashed them to bits. Shoto, I won't lose to you. Fried, this entire damn thing isn't even your problem. Why the hell are you so bent on interfering? Shoto, because meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Then, Shoto's eyes widened as he doubled over. A light blue aura was surrounding him. And then he changed. He grew light blue scales. His hands turned into claws. His face turned into a dragon's maw. He gained even more armor. He even grew a dragon tail with a sword as the tip. He has transformed into Shoto took a look at himself from the reflection of a piece of his ice. Shoto, looking sharp. Then, Rias came in. Rias, well. Look at that. Shoto, Rias? Rias, hello Shoto. Your sacred gear has fully awakened. I'll tell you all about it soon. Just take care of this freak first. Fried was getting a little worried. Shoto, with pleasure. Shoto took off at incredible speed and started clashing with Fried's light sword. However, Fried was slowly but surely losing while Shoto wasn't breaking a sweat. Shoto, you've lost this fight, freak. He was able to slash Fried across the chest with his bladed tail. Fried, GCK. No! I won't die today! As the saying goes, he who fights and runs away, lives to fight another day. He got out a flashbang and threw it to the ground, blinding everyone. He then made his escape. Shoto, damn. He got away. Rias, don't worry. We'll find him someday. What's important is that you have fully awakened your sacred gear. The sacred gear that transforms its user into the greatest dragon knight in history. The essence of the Blue Dragon Emperor. Shoto, Blue Dragon Emperor? Fascinating. Rias, we better help the others out. However, let's go back in time a little bit. With Katsuki, Yuto, and Kenneo, things weren't looking too good for Yuto and Kenneo. For Katsuki, however, he was doing fine. He found out his sacred gear could shoot out lasers from his eyes in an instant. He was having a great time lasering and blowing up the priests. However, he was still distracted and didn't realize that the other two were in a bit of trouble. Katsuki, this is bucking awesome. I love this sacred gear. Yuto, GH. Katsuki looked to see Yuto was struck by a light bullet. Katsuki, shit, Kenneo, this isn't looking good. Katsuki looked in another direction to see that Kenneo was cornered by a few dozen priests. Katsuki, damn it. Yuto in trouble on my right, and Kenneo in trouble on my left. Which do I save? Come on, Katsuki Bakugo. Think. What would Izuku do in a time like this? He then realized what Izuku would do. Find a way to save them both. Katsuki, hey! You damn priests! You're a bunch of worthless assholes who get no hitches. Kenneo and Yuto couldn't help but snort at his insult while the priests were enraged at Katsuki and let their emotions get the better of them, making them charge at Katsuki. Katsuki knew that would work. If they're even half as insane as that freak, they would let their emotions get the best of them. Katsuki got ready to attack, when his eyes widened and he doubled over. A green aura surrounding him, making the priest stop in fear of what was about to happen. He dropped down on all fours and his limbs turned into brown dragon claws. The rest of him grew green scales. He then grew wings that were covered in his robotic armor. He also grew a green dragon tail that had a mechanized spear as the tip. He became. Katsuki started talking in a mechanized voice. Katsuki, what the hell happened? I can't see my own reflection. Wait, what happened to my voice? It sounds robotic. Kenneo, I'd say it's more synthesized than robotic, but yeah. Yuto, you have fully awakened your sacred gear. You'll be stronger than ever. Katsuki, well then it's time for me to blink and destroy. Katsuki engaged his new thrusters and lifted himself up in the air. Katsuki, this is awesome. Now I can fly without using my explosion quirk. So I can use it to attack you with my new laser eyes. What happened next was Katsuki easily beating priest after priest. They stood no chance against the robot armored dragon with the explosion quirk. Katsuki, this is why you don't mess with Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Yuto, that's a terrible name. Katsuki, I'm working on it, okay? Kenneo, how about just Dynamite? Katsuki, that'll do. He shot a bunch of lasers at the priests, and knocked some of them out before he unleashed some gears from his wings that he infused with his sweat, making them explode on contact, knocking the rest of the priests out. Katsuki, take that you damn priests. Then, Aries showed up with a new dragon. Aries, well now. You awakened your sacred gear as well, Katsuki? Shoto, same as me. Everyone, Aries and Shoto / icy hot? Shoto nodded. Aries, Katsuki, your sacred gear is one that transforms you into the smartest dragon in the world. One who made a robotic armor to keep up with his peers and become one of the greatest dragons in the world. A very hard worker. The essence of the Green Dragon Emperor. Shoto, but he's not green. Aries, no, he is. It's just covered by his robotic armor. Katsuki, an icy hot? Aries explained his sacred gear. Katsuki, I hate to admit it, but that's awesome. Shoto, that killed you bit inside, didn't it? Katsuki, yes. Then, they heard Izuku and Issei shout in anger. Issei and Izuku, you bastard! Katsuki, shit. Shoto, why you don't think? Katsuki, they're both angry. Remember when Izuku said we shouldn't panic? Everyone, why yes? Katsuki, gulp, now we can panic. With Izuku and Issei, things went from bad to worse. They weren't able to escape Rainier, and when she caught up to them, Rainier, you bastards! If I can't have twilight healing, no one will. She proceeded to kill Asia by piercing her with a light spear. Issei, no. Izuku, I couldn't save her again. Izuku and Issei, you. She gave them an evil grin. Issei and Izuku, you bastard! Their rage was showing and Rainier stepped back a bit in fear. Issei, is it not enough that you killed me, Yume? He then slapped his mouth shut. Issei, crap. Izuku, did you just say Yuma? Issei, Izuku, he sighs. Issei, yes. Izuku, I hate to say this but, Izuku, we have to kill her. Issei stepped back a bit. Issei, what? Izuku, listen to me, Issei. If we don't put her down permanently, she'll kill many more innocent lives. There is no redemption in her. We have no other choice, and you know it. This isn't just about Asia anymore. Issei knew he was right. Issei, you're a lot more calm about this than I expected. Izuku, no. I'm furious. But as the fifth user told me, it's fine to get mad. Rage can be the source of incredible strength. But you need control. And not just over your body, but over your emotions as well. We can do this. Rainier still couldn't move in fear. Issei, you're right. Let's do this. Issei, whoa. Izuku, your sacred gear, it must be fully awakened. Izuku then had one more plan. Boost. Izuku, Issei. Listen to me. I have one more quirk that I can use on you and me. Issei, why us? Boost. Izuku, listen to me. This quirk belongs to the second user. It allows me to change the speed and velocity of whatever I touch while ignoring the laws of inertia. Issei, dude. That's awesome. Boost. Izuku, yes. But it originally could only be used on small objects. But thanks to you know what, it now works on a cellular level. Issei, so you can use it on the both of us. Boost. Rainier, why is it still boosting? It's supposed to be a twice critical. And why can't I move my body? Am I that afraid? Izuku, however, once I use it on us, we will only have 5 minutes. If we don't at least knock her out by then, we'll freeze up for a bit, and that'll make us prime targets. Issei, that's a risky bet. Izuku, that's why it should only be used as a last resort. Do you still want to do this? Issei, in times where I have to come up with a tough decision, I sometimes ask myself, what would Izuku do? And I know what you would do. Risk your life for the safety of others. That's what I'll do too. Not just for Asia, but for the civilians that could be her next victim. Let's do this. Izuku, alright then. Rainier started to muster up the strength to continue moving. Izuku grabbed onto Issei's back and he started to glow blue. Then Izuku got in a new position. Izuku, gearshift transmission. Issei, WH. Izuku, second gear. Third gear. Top gear. Rainier puked a bit of blood and was sent flying into the sky. Issei, did you just break the sound barrier? Izuku, focus ISCI. Issei, right. They both jumped after Rainier. Rainier, what just happened? I barely saw anything. Why can't I hear anything? Did he send me flying faster than sound? Izuku, gearshift. Izuku, overdrive. They both got in front of Rainier, and she was terrified. Issei, one for all is truly incredible. Being able to strengthen even quirks, they were ready to punch Rainier. Izuku, Detroit smash. Izuku punched Rainier in the face, and Issei punched her in the chest. Issei, this speed is amazing. How much power did you use on that punch? Izuku, I'll explain later. We have no time to talk about my quirks. Issei, right. Issei spreads his devil wings and goes in a half circle to attack Rainier in a different direction when Izuku makes his next move. Izuku, Detroit smash. Izuku, quintuple. Issei figured out that it wasn't as strong as before but was used to activate FA gene again. He then rushed at Rainier, who felt terrified at the extreme raw power she experienced as Issei's sacred gear kept calling out. Boost! Every 10 seconds. He then gave her a powerful uppercut that sent her above, and Izuku shot out a massive fireball that she couldn't avoid due to spinning around while being launched in the air, which prevented her from being able to get her wings to flap in a single direction. The fireball hit her and burned her and incinerated her wings, making it impossible for her to fly. Rainier, this is bad. But I can at least predict their movements. She landed harshly on the ground. She predicted when he would strike and thrusted her spear at him, but he completely stopped moving despite his momentum and trajectory. Rainier, what? Izuku, low gear. Seems you weren't listening. Gearshift is not bound by the laws of inertia. Issei showed up behind her and slammed his fist down on her head before throwing her to the wall behind him. Issei, let's finish this, Izuku. Izuku nodded and switched gears. Izuku, let's go. They shot forward and were ready to deliver their finishing blow. Rainier, no. Stop. Please, Izuku and Issei, it's far too late. We'll make sure you don't harm anyone else. Rainier then saw a bunch of people. Izuku, ready Issei? Issei, ready, cuz. They threw a massively powerful punch at Rainier, and that single punch was enough to destroy the wall, and cause a shockwave in that direction that could be felt by people from across the country. Rainier was completely obliterated, and the two cousins deactivated their sacred gears and falling on their backs to catch their breaths. After a minute passed, they froze up. Issei, that was really something. Izuku, yeah? It was. Aries, that was incredible. You too. Aries walked over to them with Yuto, Kaneko, and 2 new dragons. Katsuki, little overkill, nerd, Shoto, but it was impressive. Izuku and Issei, Kaken/Bakugo? Shoto? Katsuki, yep, Shoto, we fully awakened our sacred gears. Same as you guys. Aries, Issei, that sacred gear. It's the sacred gear that doubles your power every 10 seconds. The boosted gear. The gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei smiled. Issei, guess there's now 4 Dragon Emperors, aren't there? Izuku laughed a bit before he gained a sad expression. Izuku, I failed to save Asia. I'm so sorry. Then they heard Asia's voice. Asia, don't be. She walked over to them. Izuku and Issei, Asia? Aries, while you were fighting, I reincarnated her as my new bishop. Issei, Aries, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't move, I would kiss you and Asia right now. Izuku rolled his eyes with a smile. Asia, you guys were incredible. But how many quirks does Izuku have? Issei glanced at Izuku, who was still able to nod his head. Issei, 7. Before you freak out, we'll explain more tomorrow. Right now though, I need a nap. Izuku, same. After that, they waited until Izuku and Issei were able to move again and left the building. Their new lives were only just beginning, meeting a dragon and the student council. It was now nighttime and Izuku was sleeping, but he was brought into the vestige world. Izuku, huh? I'm here again. Yoichi, 9th. We have a problem. Izuku, about what? Yoichi, someone has entered the vestige world somehow. We were able to restrain him, but that's only barely and because he was holding back. Izuku, We better find out what's going on, so let's see. Yoichi stepped aside to show that the other spirits of One for All were restraining. Izuku, wait, that's guys, I think we should let him go. Kudo, are you insane? Just let me go and it'll be easier on you all. Izuku, trust me. He sighs and they let him go. Thank you. Nana, why do you want to let him go? Just let me introduce myself, lady. Izuku, who are you anyways? Right. I should introduce myself. I'm Spyro the Dragon, the spirit that resides in your sacred gear. Izuku, seriously? Spyro, yep. See, when you use your sacred gear, you become me. Banjo, no wonder why he looks like you in your dragon form. Spyro, it's so good to finally be able to talk to the face that's been kickin' but with my likeliness. Though, I wasn't planning on getting attacked by your spirit friends. Hikage, apologies. Spyro, just don't let it happen again or I'll torch you guys. And noted. Izuku, it's great to meet you, Spyro. Spyro, great to meet you too. You've grown strong. Very strong. And with me by your side, no one can stand in your way. Izuku, I doubt that. Let's not get cocky. Spyro rolled his eyes with a smile. Spyro, anyways, it'll still take time for your explosion friend and half cold half hot, as well as your cousin to meet the spirits inside their sacred gears. Izuku, they have spirits inside their gears too? Spyro nodded. Spyro, they have dragon spirits inside as well. Although, they aren't as strong as me. Now, Izuku rolled his eyes with a smile. Spyro, your friend Katsuki, will soon be able to communicate with my old friend, Drobot. Shoto will soon be able to communicate with my old friend, Blades. And Issei will one day be able to communicate with my mentor, Ignitus cousin Drake. The green, blue, and red dragon emperors, respectively. Izuku, I hope they won't mind the company. Spyro, you certainly seem okay with it. Anyways, now that you've grown strong enough, I can communicate with you even outside of the vestige world. Of course, I can choose whether or not others can hear me. Hope you don't mind, cause it's happening either way. Izuku chuckles a bit before giving him a thumbs up. Bruce, sorry we got a bad start, Spyro. I hope we can start over. Spyro, no worries. Not the first time someone tried to kill me when we first met. Even my late wife, Cinder, did that. Bruce, pardon? Spyro, long story. I'll explain later. Izuku started to fade. Yoichi, looks like you're waking up. We'll see you soon. Spyro, see ya, bud. Izuku then woke up. Izuku, whoa. I can't wait to tell the others. In the morning, Izuku was walking to Kuoh Academy with Katsuki and Shoto. Katsuki, so you got to talk to that dragon, huh? Shoto, that's pretty cool. Wonder how the rest of the ORC will react. Soon, they got to school and had class. Then, they went to the ORC. Izuku, hey guys, what happened to you, Issei? Issei looked really beaten up. Issei, EP. Kaneko. He was trying to take Asia's underwear. Izuku and Katsuki face-bombed. Shoto, why would he do that? Katsuki, because he's a pervert, you moron. Issei, don't hurt me. Izuku, no point in me attacking you when you already got your comeuppance. Katsuki, anyways, how's the nun doing? Issei, good, but she's living with me now. Izuku, I guess that makes sense. You and I were the first ones to get to know her, and I still live in Yuzurifu while you live here in Kuoh. By the way, there's something I've got to tell you all. Izuku went on to explain how he met Spyro. Akino, my. That's wonderful. Rias, there's something I have to tell you all. This week will be the last week you have to distribute flyers. Izuku, wait, why? Rias, because distributing flyers is a familiar's job. Shoto, familiar? Rias went on to explain familiars. Izuku, will we be able to get familiars too? Rias, I don't really know. It might be possible, but I'm not entirely sure. I've never met a human with a familiar. Katsuki, I want one myself. Shoto, what would you want from it? Katsuki, something on fire so I would sweat more and quickly strengthen my explosions. Akino, how is sweating going to help with that? Issei, he sweats a nitroglycerin-like substance and makes it blow up. Kaneko, rad. Issei, he was often praised for it clenches his teeth and that led to him bullying Izuku. They all froze. Asia, you bullied Izuku? Katsuki looked down. Katsuki, yes. And I hate myself for it. Izuku, Kaken, don't say the. Katsuki, Izuku, I don't understand why you still defend me. I was in the wrong and you deserve better. Hell, I even told you to kill yourself. The ORC covered their mouths. Kaneko then went up to him and, Katsuki, GCK, he doubled over. Katsuki, weakly, yeah. I deserve that. Izuku, he changed though. Come on, they all sighed. Katsuki, look, I'm not expecting forgiveness from you guys. Issei sighs, sorry for exposing you like that. Katsuki, I had it coming anyways. It's my second biggest regret to this day. Rias, second? Issei, what's number one? Katsuki, starting to bully Izuku in the first place. Yuto, that makes sense, actually. Rias, well, let's put this behind us now. We have 1 week, so give it your all. Izuku, let's go. Issei. Issei, right? Rias, this is my familiar. Actually, Issei, you've met her before. Katsuki, weirdest bat I've ever seen. Issei, what do you mean I've met her before? The bat then transformed into Rias. How about now, Katsuki? Katsuki, even weirder. Issei, that's the girl who gave me the flyer. If it weren't for that flyer, I'd still be dead. Izuku, really? Thank you so much. Akino, this is mine. She shows her familiar. Shoto, an imp. Issei, hey Bakugo, he looks just like you. Katsuki, buck off. Kaneko summons her familiar. Kaneko, this is Shiro. Izuku, I want to pet her. Kaneko, go ahead. Izuku scratched Shiro behind her ears and she purred lightly. Izuku, she's adorable. Kaneko nodded. Yuto, mine is. Issei, I don't want to see it. That got him pinched by the ear. Izuku, quiet. He brought out his notebook. Izuku, please show us. Yuto, this is. He shows his familiar. Yuto, chop chop. Chop chop looked at Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto. Izuku was writing down the details of all the familiars. Chop chop. So, these are the purple, green, and blue dragon emperors. Their powers are in good hands. When Izuku was finished writing, he saw everyone was waiting for him to finish. Their familiars gone. Izuku, sorry. Rias, no worries. Anyways, these familiars are a basic thing for devils. But it might be possible for humans to obtain them as well. It's still unclear. You guys could be the first humans in history to obtain familiars. Asia, well, how do we get familiars? Rias, well, then, there was a knock at the door. Akino, come in. The club door opened, and in came Sona, please excuse us. Shoto, who are they? Issei, the student council president, Sona Shirtorai, and next to her is the vice president, Tsubaki Shinra. Actually, these are all the student council members. Katsuki, why would they be here? Rias, that's what I'm wondering. Sona, just a greeting, since both of us have some new servants. Issei, wait, does that mean? Akino, yes. You see, her real name is Sona Citri. She's the heiress apparent of the upper-class Citri family. Shoto, there are other devils in this school. Saji, Rias, you've met, didn't tell them about us. Sona, Saji, the two families do not meddle in each other's affairs. Besides, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya aren't devils like us. They are only honorary members of the ORC. Saji, oh, Issei, you're the guy who recently joined the student council as the secretary. Class 2C's Sona, Genshuru Saji. My pawn. Rias, this is my pawn. Issei Hayato, my bishop, Asia Argento, and my honorary members, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izuku Midoriya. Issei, you're a pawn too, huh? Saji, I must say that being the same piece as one of the perverted trio hurts my pride. Katsuki, don't let pride overtake you. Trust me on this. Sona, Saji, don't. Issei was worth all 8 pawns while you were worth 4. Saji, what? 8 pawns? This guy. Dang it, Sona, sorry about that. He's new at this. Wait, where is Midoriya? Katsuki pointed to the couch he was hiding behind. Saji, what's with him? Sona, according to his files, he is shy around girls he barely knows. Saji sweat drops. He then goes over to Izuku. Saji, I heard you're Issei's cousin. You seem like the opposite of him. Izuku, only when it comes to things like girls. I've been bullied quite a lot since I was 4. Saji, yikes. He held out his hand. Saji, nevertheless, it's nice to meet ya. Izuku smiled and shook his hand. Izuku, nice to meet you too. So, when do you plan on getting your own familiar? Saji, next week. Rias, you too? Sona, so you're going to see him as well? Rias nods. Sona, you know he's only available once a month. So I suggest we settle this with a game. Winner gets the right to commission him. Rias, yes. But not a rating game. We'd never be granted permission for that. Sona, and you can't afford to harm yourself right now. Rias got a bit annoyed from that comment. Rias, irrelevant. Sona, how about a game of tennis? Izuku, actually, we can't. Sona, why? Izuku, sweat drops. Izuku, you see. Katsuki, don't you dare. Izuku, Kaken and Shoto were playing tennis yesterday and things got out of hand. Now the tennis rackets are all broken. Sona face bombs. Sona, how about dodgeball? Katsuki, I blew 'em all up. Everyone face bombed. Sona, how about a game of chess? Or did you blow that up too? Katsuki, no. I didn't. Rias, no way. I don't have the ability to beat you at chess. Katsuki, is she good? Rias, she's the best chess player I've ever seen. Shoto, then we'll counter with the best chess player that Katsuki and I have ever seen. Izuku, who? Katsuki, you? You should have a shot. Izuku, what? Sona, well? Izuku sighed. Izuku, I'll give it a shot. Sona, then, everyone come with me. We'll play in the student council room. Saji, hope you don't cry when you lose. Izuku, same here. I don't want to flood the school. Hanakai, pardon? Issei, Izuku and even his mother can fill up an entire ocean with their tears. Katsuki, that's a bit of an exaggeration. It's more like a lake. Issei, good point. The student council sweat drops. Later in the student council room, things were looking pretty even in this chess match. At least, at first. Issei, this is boring. Tsubaki, I'm impressed with your cousin, Hayato. He's lasted longer than Rias ever has. Rias, hey, Katsuki, never seen Izuku have a match this long. As the match went on, Sona was starting to lose. Saji, is he actually winning? Issei, girls aren't the only thing we are polar opposites about. He may not look like it, but he is one of, if not the smartest person I have ever met. He could break down quirks in an instant, and find out everything about them. What they do, how they work, how to improve them, their strengths, their weaknesses, how to counter them, everything. Saji, oh no. Tsubaki, wait, does your cousin know what will happen if he wins? Katsuki, we only met you guys today. How would we know? Student council, Sona cause she's focusing, and Rias, oh, Saji, I swear, he better not win this match. Rias tries her best not to laugh. Issei, I'm so confused. Izuku, check. Sona's eyes widened. She was actually put in check. Saji, no. Katsuki, simp. As the match kept going on, Sona was slowly losing more. Until finally, Izuku, checkmate. Sona's eyes widened again. She lost. Saji, no. Sona, I lost? Izuku, now we can go to the familiar forest next week, right? Sona, yes. And, Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Izuku, and what? Tsubaki, you're engaged to Sona now. Katsuki, Shoto, Issei, and Asia look at her with their jaws dropped and their eyes widened. Izuku froze before laughing. Sona, what's so funny? Izuku, sorry. I thought that Tsubaki said I was engaged to you now. Everyone's sweat drops. Katsuki, nerd, you heard right. Shoto, you're not serious, are you? Tsubaki, I very much am. Kaneko, why do I feel jealous now? Izuku said nothing. He was frozen in place. Sona, Izuku? Hello? She waved her hand in his face, but he did nothing. Issei, hang on. He pushed Izuku a little and he fell like a statue. Issei, yep. Thought so. You broke him. Sona's sweat drops. Izuku then woke up. Izuku, I just had the weirdest dream. Katsuki, did it involve beating Sona and getting engaged to her? Izuku, yeah. How'd you? Sona, it wasn't a dream. Izuku blinked. Izuku, what? Why? Sona, because you beat me. You are clearly more intelligent than I am. I refuse to marry someone who isn't smarter than me. Izuku, that's a terrible way to find a husband. And I'm way too young. He turns to Rias. Izuku, why didn't you say anything? Rias, I didn't think you'd win. Izuku curled up into a ball. Saji, geez. You know, most people would be envious of you. Issei, as I said before, he's not great with girls. Saji, that's an understatement. Sona, you really need therapy. Izuku, Izuku, I'm fine. They all sigh. Tsubaki, are you sure your cousin's Hayato? Issei, honestly, I wonder that myself sometimes. Izuku, look, Sona. With all due respect, I can't just let myself be engaged to you like this. Sona, huh? Izuku, nothing against you, honest. But to marry someone just because they're smarter than you. I'm sorry, but that's not how one should find love. You should marry someone you like for who they are. Both the good and the bad. We barely know each other. So I can't accept this engagement. I'm sorry, Sona, he's very thoughtful. She scratched the back of her neck. Sona, I understand. All right. We can forget about this engagement. At least I think. What is this feeling? Saji and Izuku sigh in relief. After that, they all left, and after school, Izuku stayed in his room for the rest of the day to try and forget about that experience. And next week, they were off to the familiar forest. The familiar forest. Aries. Welcome to the familiar forest. Issei. This place gives me the creeps. Izuku meh. Shoto. After seeing my older brother slowly burn away to the point where he became greatly disfigured, this is nothing. Katsuki, yeah? Crusty Lips was way scarier. Issei, what are you talking about? Izuku, that's a story for another time. Then, a man with a cap came in. Zatuji, greetings. I am the familiar master Zatuji. Katsuki, you? Zatuji, HM? 3 humans? You brought them here? Aries, they are my honorary members. Zatuji, are you sure they can get familiars? There's never been a human who's done that before. Aries, worth a try. Zatuji, fair enough. Anyways, it's a nice full moon on this day. Akino, he's a professional at this. Shoto, could he be Ash Ketchum's relative or Izuku? Shoto. Enough with your conspiracy theories. Shoto, never. Katsuki facepalms. Zatuji, to answer your question, no. I'm not. But I am a fan of Pokemon. Shoto, noted. Zatuji, anyways, what are you looking in a familiar? Strong? Fast? Poison? Shoto, poison? Issei, do you have a cute one? One that looks like a girl? Izuku pinched Issei's ear. Issei, OW. Zatuji, TSK. You newbies can't do this right. You want a familiar that is fast or strong. Not one that fills your wants. Izuku, so, one that complements our skills? Spyro, it's possible. But the familiars are also living beings. In fact, I think some of my old comrades may be here. Izuku, really? I hope I meet them. After that, they all ventured into the forest. However, along the way, Asia, KYH, they turned to see Asia attacked by a slime. Katsuki, what the hell? Then, the other girls screamed and they saw more slime attacking them. Shoto, I did not see this coming. Yudo, it's green slime. He got a glob of it on his face, which made Katsuki laugh. Katsuki, ha 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 ha. That is hilarious. Izuku then screamed. Katsuki, Izuku. I'll holy shit. He saw that Izuku didn't scream because he was attacked by the slime, but because of what the slimes were doing. Melting the girl's clothes. Shoto, avert your eyes. Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto did that. But Issei was enjoying every moment of this. Izuku, I have Tio get out of here. Izuku activated his gear and flew off. Issei, I've got to make one of these my familiar. Katsuki, what is wrong with you? But then all the slimes were zapped and burnt to a crisp. Issei, and oh. Then, he was zapped. Issei, gaga. He fell down, steam coming from his head. Then they heard someone who sounded like he was gargling water. Pervert. It is very disrespectful to enjoy something like this. Feel lucky that I only hit you once. They turned to see. Katsuki, you sound like you're gargling water. Yeah? Heard that many times. He was then hugged by Asia. What are you doing? Asia, sorry. You're just so cute. Thank you. Asia, hey, do you want to be my familiar? I would, but I'm looking for someone. Whoever has the sacred gear of the Purple Dragon Emperor. Asia, Izuku? Huh, Asia, you're talking about Izuku. He's my friend. We can take you to him if you want. In that case, I'll be your familiar. Asia, yay. Thank you. Now, to give you a name. I already have a name. Asia, you do? Yes. My name is Zap. Asia, Zap? Zap, yes. My name is Zap. Asia, well, in the name of Asia Argento, I order you. You shall become my familiar and respond to my contract. Zap glowed green for a few seconds before it died down. Zap, so, where is this Izuku? Kaneko, oh. He ran off when we got attacked by those slimes. Katsuki, shit. We have to find him. Issei, then we split up. Zap looks at Issei. Issei, what? Zap, I expected you'd want to stick with at least one of the girls. Issei, look, Izuku is my cousin, and he is more important to me than seeing girls naked. Zap, your cousins? Issei, don't get the wrong idea. When it comes to girls, we are polar opposites. Zap noted. They all split up to find Izuku. Meanwhile, with Izuku, that was close. I didn't need to see that. Spyro, yeah? But do you know where we're headed? Izuku stopped in midair. Izuku, crud. Spyro, great. You got lost. Izuku, well, maybe one of the familiars can help us. Spyro, worth a shot. Izuku flew down and went searching for the others. Eventually, SP Spyro? Izuku turned to see. Izuku, huh? Come with me. We thought you were dead all this time. The others will be so happy. He flew off. Izuku, hey! Wait! He rushed over to where the dragonfly was headed and, Spyro, is that actually you? Izuku, I think there has been some confusion. Huh! Izuku, you see. He deactivated his sacred gear. All three HUH? Spyro, Izuku. Let me speak to them. Izuku, how? Spyro, observe. Izuku grew Spyro's horns, wings, and tail, and they all glowed purple when Spyro spoke. Spyro sparks. Gil grunt. Trigger happy. Sparks, Gil grunt, and trigger happy Spyro? Spyro, it's a long story to tell. But to make it shorter, after I died, I became a sacred gear. You remember hearing about those, right? They nodded. Spyro, well, me, Drobot, and Blades became sacred gears. The users of our gears can transform into us and communicate with us. So Izuku, that's the name of the boy in front of you, can become me. Sparks, that explains why he looked just like you. Gil grunt, wait, this guy's not a devil. Spyro, nope. But he is looking for familiars. Why not join him? Then we can talk with each other again. It'll be like old times. Izuku, wait, is it even possible to have multiple familiars? Trigger happy. Of course it is. Izuku, then is it okay with you guys? Sparks, sure. Gil grunt, we can assist you well. Trigger happy. Do I get to shoot people with my gold guns? Izuku, I mean, stray devils, but, Trigger happy. I'll take it. Izuku's sweat dropped. But you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. So, they became his familiars. Izuku, now, I just need to find a way out of here and back to my friends and cousin. Sparks, I can lead the way. Do you mind? Izuku, no. Not at all. Sparks, then come and fly with me. Izuku activated his sacred gear. They then both flew up and Izuku followed Sparks. Gil grunt, it was great to speak with Spyro again. Trigger happy, yeah? With Katsuki. Katsuki, damn it. Where could he be? Where could who be? Katsuki, my friend, Izuku. Wait, who said that? Over here. He turned to see. Katsuki, what the hell? So, you're the Green Dragon Emperor, huh? Nice to meet you. I'm Spitfire. A fire spirit. Katsuki, how did you know? Spitfire, I was old friends with the spirit that resides in your sacred gear. Katsuki, really? Spitfire nodded. Spitfire, so, what happened to this friend of yours? Katsuki explained what happened. Spitfire, yikes. Poor guy. Katsuki, yeah? And yet he's the Purple Dragon Emperor. Spitfire, Spyro's spirit resides with him? Interesting. Katsuki, hang on, you said you're a fire spirit, right? Spitfire, yeah, why? Katsuki, I want you to become my familiar. Spitfire, why? Katsuki showed him his quirk. Spitfire, you have a quirk that lets you create explosions. Katsuki, that's the short version. To put it in more detail, I sweat a nitroglycerin-like substance from my hands and make it explode. A fire spirit could be great with quickly powering up. Spitfire, you got it, bud. Katsuki, alright. After that, he made Spitfire his familiar. Spitfire, hey. Look, they looked to see that Izuku was following Sparks back to where they came from. And fast. Katsuki, crap. We gotta go. Spitfire, hang on. I have a way for us to get there immediately. Katsuki, how? Spitfire, follow me. He led Katsuki to Katsuki. WOH, Spitfire, sweet ride, right? Katsuki, hell yeah. Spitfire, I call it the hot streak. Check this out. Blaze boosters. Blue fire tires. And even a fire grill. Wanna ride? Katsuki, buck yeah. Spitfire got in the driver's seat. Spitfire, hop in. Katsuki did just that and they sped off. With Shoto, he was running through the forest. Shoto, I have to find him. Find who? Shoto stopped and turned to see. Shoto, who are you? Well, Blue Dragon Emperor, I am Snapshot. Shoto's eyes widened. Snapshot, you are surprised that I know you're the Blue Dragon Emperor, right? Shoto nodded. Snapshot, well, I was friends with the spirit of the spirit that resides within you. Shoto, huh? Snapshot, so, who are you looking for? Shoto explained everything. Snapshot, I see. Well, allow me to join you in your fight. Shoto, are you sure? Snapshot, of course. My Traptanium arrows will be a great help for you. Shoto nodded and made him his familiar. Snapshot, hey, look. Shoto looked to see Izuku following Sparks back to where he came from. Shoto, looks like he found his way back. After that, Shoto headed back with Snapshot, where the others were waiting for him. Then, they explained everything that had happened and their new familiars. Shoto, well, it looks like it's time for us to go. They all nodded. Sparks, I'm going with you guys. Izuku, huh? Sparks, I was always with Spyro. Now his successor is next. That okay? Izuku, I mean yeah. My mom does love dragonflies. Sparks, great. And so, they all left, meeting Drobot, Blades, Graphia, Riser, and his peerage. Katsuki was sleeping when, in Katsuki's mind, Katsuki, what the? Where am I? Then, he heard a robotic voice. We're in your mind. Katsuki, who said HUH? He turned to see. Katsuki, you're the spirit that resides within your sacred gear. I am Drobot. Katsuki, Drobot? Drobot, yes. And I know everything about you, Katsuki Bakugo. Including how you bullied your best friend. For that, I am disappointed. Katsuki looked down in shame. Katsuki, I know. I am too. I threw away the best friend anyone could ever have over my own ego. Drobot, but you did realize your mistakes and for that, I am proud. Katsuki looked back up. Drobot, anyone can make mistakes. But those who admit their mistakes and work to better themselves are those who have a good heart. One filled with courage. Katsuki smiled. Katsuki, thanks. But still, I can't forgive myself. Drobot, whether you forgive yourself is up to you. Whether others forgive you is up to you and them. Issei hasn't forgiven you, but you can still prove that you've changed for the better. Katsuki, thanks, Drobot. Drobot nodded. Drobot, now, I have to warn you to be careful. My sensors have detected that a powerful devil has entered the human world briefly. This could be a sign that something big is coming. You'll have to be careful. Katsuki, you got it, Drobot. Drobot, and one more thing. As a green dragon, you have access to earth breath. Katsuki, I do? Drobot nodded. Drobot, so train hard to master it. Katsuki, I sure will. Katsuki started to fade. Drobot, you seem to be waking up. Don't worry, I will be able to communicate with you in your mind now. Katsuki, then I'll talk with you soon. Katsuki then woke up. Meanwhile, Shoto was asleep when, in Shoto's mind, Shoto, huh? Where am I? Welcome to your mind. Shoto, who said that? Turn around. He turned around and saw. Shoto, aren't you? Yep. The name's Blades. A pleasure to meet you, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto, nice to meet you too, Blades. Why did you bring me here? Blades, to warn you. Something big is coming, and you need to be prepared for when it happens. Shoto, what's coming? Blades, that I don't know. But it can't be good. Shoto nodded. Blades, also, as a blue dragon, you have access to ice breath. You should train hard to master it. Shoto nodded. He then started to fade away. Blades, looks like you're waking up. Well, now that you've grown strong enough, I'll be able to communicate with you now. I know you'll make this Dragon Knight proud. Shoto smiled and woke up. At school, Izuku, so, they told you both that something big was happening too, huh? Shoto, you as well? Izuku nodded. Izuku, wonder what's going to happen. Issei then came. Issei, hey Izuku? Can I talk to you for a second in private? Izuku, I'm sure. He got up and followed his cousin to a private place. Izuku, what's up, Issei? Issei, I want to tell you about something that happened to me last night. Izuku, is this about Rie's recent behavior? Issei, big time. Last night she came to my room and well. Izuku, well what? Issei, she tried to get me to have sex with her. Izuku, what? Issei, don't hit me. Izuku, I'm not going to hit you when she was the one who tried to do that. Did you actually do it? Issei, well, I was about to. But then this maid woman named Graphia came in and stopped it. Izuku HM. Translation. But why would Ries try to have sex with you out of the blue? I mean, I can kind of understand if it's been a long time since you got to know her, but you only really started to bind with her since the day before me, Kaken, and Shoto arrived here. It just makes no sense. Could it be that she was trying to do a desperate plan that involved you to do that in order for her plan to succeed? Or could it be that mutter, Issei, Izuku? Snap out of it. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. Issei sighs. Issei, some things never change. Izuku chuckled lightly and rubbed the back of his head. Issei, I hope things will be cleared up soon. I just felt like I should talk to you about it cause, well, we're family. Izuku, thanks for telling me. Too bad we can't tell the rest of our family about it. Issei, you're right. Maybe someday. Motohama and Matsuda, ISCI, Izuku, well, better go. I'm not getting roped in whatever you and your friends do, Issei figured. Izuku then left. Later, Izuku, Issei, Katsuki, Yuto, Asia, and Kaneko were going to the ORC. Katsuki, so, who is this Graphia person? Issei, no idea. They entered the ORC to see Izuku, Graphia, greetings, purple, green, and blue dragon emperors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Graphia Lucifuge, maid of the Gremry clan. Katsuki, the maid, huh? Drobot, careful, Katsuki. My sensors are indicating a strong magical presence. Katsuki, got it. Shoto, why are you here? Rias, the truth is. Before she could explain, a red magic circle appeared and burst into flames. When they died down, there was someone there. Everyone, who's this guy? And Riser has entered the human realm. Shoto, who's he? Graphia, this is Riser Phoenix. A pure-blooded devil and Rias' fiancé. Dragon Emperors and Asia. What? After that, things settled down and they all had tea. Riser, Rias's queen makes such lovely tea. Akino bowed and thanked him. Izuku, could he be the reason behind what happened with Rias and Issei last night? Rias, Riser, I already told you that I will not marry you. Riser, but Rias, it would be selfish to do this. Rias, I will pick my own husband. Izuku, could someone explain what this is all about? Graphia, long ago, there were 72 rank-holding clans that prided themselves on their power, but most were eradicated during the Great War. There are only a few survivors left, and in order to repopulate the world with pure-blooded devils, Rias, my family forced me into this marriage. Shoto froze up. Graphia, everyone calm down. Milady Riser, as I am here on Surzek's orders, I do not intend to stand idly by. She glared at them with a bit of killing intent. Riser, even Riser knows to not argue with the silver-haired queen of destruction. Izuku, yikes! Graphia, we anticipated this. In the event that a decision could not be reached, we have prepared a last resort. Izuku, what is it? Graphia, a rating game. Katsuki, what exactly is a rating game? Issei, yeah? We heard the name from Sona, but that's it. Kaneko, it's basically chess in real life. Riser has won many times and only lost twice. You stand no chance. Akino, originally, only seasoned demons were allowed to participate in a rating game. Issei, so she's at a disadvantage. Riser, Rias, just to make sure, are the devils in here your servants? Cause Riser know that those three are still human. Rias, yeah, so? Riser laughs and snaps his fingers. Another magic circle appears behind him and bursts into flames before dying down and revealing Izuku. Why are they all girls? He hid behind his fellow dragon emperors. Riser, what is wrong with him? Issei, he's shy around girls. Izuku, it does not help that most of them are wearing revealing outfits. Katsuki, yeah, what's with that? Some kind of fetish? Riser, well, Riser only desires the best. Issei, and here I thought Bakugo was a jerk. But then, they felt killing intent. Riser, what is with that face? Izuku, crap. I almost forgot. Shoto is the end result of a quirk marriage. It all made sense on why Shoto was upset now. His mother was also in a forced marriage. All for the sake of making kids. Shoto got up and started to walk over to Riser before being held back by Izuku's black whip. Izuku, calm down, Shoto. Don't let your hatred overtake you. Shoto took a few deep breaths. Shoto, you're right. Sorry. Izuku let him go. Graphia, so Rias. What's your answer? Rias, all right. Let's settle this in a rating game. Graphia, good. Riser, see you then. Graphia, the rating game will take place in 10 days. Riser then left. Katsuki, let's do this. Rias, unfortunately, you and the other two cannot join. Shoto, what? Rias, you aren't a part of the peerage. That's how it works. Graphia, that's why I brought these. She showed them 3 completely clear evil pieces. One's a knight. One's a rook. And one's a pawn. Rias, I'm sorry, Graphia, but these 3 don't want to become devils. Graphia, and they want. These are different kinds of evil pieces. We call them temporary pieces. They will temporarily allow the other 3 dragon emperors to temporarily join your peerage without transforming into devils. This way, they can participate in the rating game. Katsuki, the name needs work. Rias took the pieces. Rias, what do you say, guys? Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto, we're in. Rias, thank you. With you 3 with us, we should have a much better chance. Graphia, remember, it's only going to work for 24 hours. So don't use them until the rating game starts. Rias, okay. Grafia then left. Rias, everyone, here's the deal. For the next 10 days, we are going to be training. We'll start tomorrow. So for the next 10 days, you will not be at school. They all nodded. Izuku, wait, my mom would never let me do that. Rias sighed. Rias, then we have no choice but to tell your mother the truth. Izuku, really? Rias nodded. Rias, it's the only option. Izuku nodded. Rias, we should also tell All Might. He's a part of One for All. Izuku, I'll let them know. After that, they all left. Izuku also told his mom and All Might about the events that he has been through, which surprised them, but they agreed to keep it a secret and even registered Izuku's sacred gear as a new quirk. Soon, it will be time to train for 10 days straight. Training and Izuku versus Kenneo. Issei, this is torture. The 4 dragon emperors were carrying large amounts of suitcases up a large flight of stairs. Izuku, come on, it's not that bad. Issei, how are you able to carry all this? You're not using any of your powers. Izuku, I've carried All Might during my training. Issei, isn't he like 600 pounds? Izuku, 560, actually. Issei, that doesn't help. Izuku, you're telling me. I didn't even have One for All back then. Eventually, they made it to the top. Issei, never again. Katsuki, get over it. It's time to start training. Rias, first, we need to get our training clothes on. They all did that except for Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto, who got their hero outfits on. Issei, is that your hero costume, Izuku? Izuku, yeah. It's my costume, Zeta. Issei, looks sick. Katsuki, you should have seen his costume, Epsilon. He looked like a villain. Issei, that's a bit harsh, don't you? Izuku showed him a picture of him wearing costume Epsilon. Issei, I take it back. I take it back. Izuku, not really at my best back then. At least mentally. Yuto, what do you mean by that? Izuku, long story. Shoto, one that isn't relevant right now. We better get to training. And so they left. For Yuto's lesson, him, Issei, Izuku, and Shoto were holding wooden sticks and standing in a little bit away from each other. You see, Katsuki was decided to get the rook piece, Shoto, the knight piece, and Izuku, the pawn piece. So Katsuki is currently working with Kenneo on hand-to-hand combat without his sacred gear. The 3 other dragon emperors swung at Yuto, but Yuto would either block it or dodge it with incredible speed. He was able to hit Shoto easily, but the same could not be said for Izuku. Thanks to danger sense and smokescreen, he would be able to dodge Yuto's attack and blindside him, leaving him open for an attack. However, when it came to training with Kenneo and Katsuki, things were a bit different. You see, for some reason, Kenneo could track him in the smokescreen. And while danger sense would still go off, for some reason it was barely noticeable. And he knew why. She was holding back tremendously. But why? As time went on until night, Katsuki went to train with Shoto and Yuto while Issei trained with Akino and Asia. Kenneo, you still haven't been able to beat me. Why? You have to be stronger than I am even without your sacred gear. Izuku, Kenneo. Be honest with me. Why are you holding back against me? Kenneo, what? Izuku, my danger sense should be a lot stronger when you attack me. The fact that it's been weakened can only mean you're holding back. Kenneo, come with me. She brought him into the forest. Izuku, what's wrong? What did you want to? Izuku, Kenneo, this is what I was holding back. My true form. Izuku, why you're a Nikomata? Koko, yeah? Izuku, but why would you hide it? Kenneo went on to tell him about how her sister lost control of her Nikomata side, which traumatized her. So now she will never use it. Izuku couldn't help but remember how Shoto refused to use his left side. Izuku, I can't accept that. Kenneo, what? Izuku, Kenneo. Your Nikomata abilities can help us in the fight against Riser. Kenneo, no! I won't use it. Izuku clenched his fist. Izuku, I'm sorry, Kenneo. But you shouldn't hide who you are. Kenneo, but you know what? Fine. How about this? We have a proper fight. No sacred gear though. Just your quirks and my Nikomata side. Beat me, and I'll know that you can keep me from going berserk. But fail, and I keep my powers hidden. Izuku, you really want this, huh? Fine. Izuku, I'll make sure you accept who you are. Kenneo stepped back a bit. Was he really going to go this far for her? Kenneo, fine then. She charged at Izuku, and this time, he got the full effect from danger sense. He managed to block her. Kenneo, what? Then, Izuku, Black Whip with FA gene stored inside a boosted binding combo. Black Chain, she was slammed into a bunch of trees, Kenneo, so he can combine FA gene with other quirks too. She got up and fired blue flames at him, but Izuku, Delaware Smash Air Force, the blast destroyed the flames and hit Kenneo as well. Kenneo rushed to Izuku and went for a punch, but Izuku grabbed it. Izuku, Oklahoma Smash. He spun around a lot and made a small but powerful tornado before throwing Kenneo to the side and causing her to hit a bunch of trees. But Kenneo didn't give up. She unleashed a flurry of punches at Izuku, who had to block them all. But he could still feel the damage. She was much stronger than she looked. But Izuku swipes his hands to the side and unleashed a flurry of punches from a single hand. Kenneo, however, wouldn't stop here. She ran in many different directions to try and confuse Izuku. Izuku, smokescreen. He clouded her vision. Kenneo, I can still smell you. Izuku, I know that. However, he started doing squats. Kenneo couldn't see, however, due to him being clouded by smokescreen. Then, he launched himself ahead and the smokescreen cleared. Kenneo, that was his plan. To keep me from finding out about him using FA gene. Izuku, full 100%. Manchester Smash. Kenneo was kicked in the gut. However, her fist glowed bright blue and she threw an uppercut at Izuku's face and sent him flying up. Luckily, Izuku used Black Whip to launch himself back down. Izuku, full 100%. Detroit Smash. Using the FA gene he stored up in the massive amount of punches he did on Kenneo earlier, he landed a powerful blow to Kaneko's head and launched her backwards, and she landed on her back. She tried to get up but she couldn't. Izuku held out his fist in a position that nearly punched her. Izuku, it's over, Kenneo. Kenneo, why? Why do you care so much about this? Izuku, because I care about you, Kenneo. I don't want you to be this way. Shoto was like this in a sense. He refused to use his fire and I had to get him to use it. Kenneo, you care about me? Izuku, of course. That's why I refuse to let you neglect your true self any longer. Do you understand? Kenneo, why yes. I understand. Izuku then helped her up and hugged her. Kenneo, he's hugging me. Kenneo, I like this. She then started to purr a bit, which made Izuku blush before continuing his hug. Izuku, shall we call it a day? Kenneo, yes. We shall. They went back inside and went to sleep. But when Izuku woke up, Izuku yawned time to get up. But when he tried to get up, he felt a weight on his lap. Izuku, huh? He flipped off his blanket to see Kenneo, still in her Nekomata form, lying on his lap. Izuku, what? Why? Shoto, hey Izuku. It's time for training. Izuku, I can explain. Shoto, I'll let the others know about this. Also, is she really some sort of Nekomata or something? Izuku, Shoto, I knew it. Izuku, damn it. The one time he actually gets it right. He tried to get up, but Kenneo, still asleep, pushed him back down and lies on his chest while purring. Izuku, I really hope someone can help me here. After a while, Izuku had to explain everything to the rest of the peerage, and Kenneo explained her Nekomata side. Afterwards, they continued their training for the next week and a half. Afterwards, Aries, it's time for the rating game. Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, are you ready? Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto, ready. And so, Aries used the substitute pieces on them and they left for the raiding game. It was time to win Rias's freedom. Raiding game. Issei, hey, this place looks the exact same. Izuku, look outside at the sky. Issei looked to see that the sky was shining green. Issei, whoa, Graphia spoke through the monitors. Graphia, everyone. I am Graphia, servant of the Gremory family, and the appointed judge of this raiding game. Taking into account of Aries and Riser's opinions, the battlefield is the same as Kuoh Academy. Each side has been teleported to their main base. Riser's base is the principal's office and Rias's is in the occult research club. Kenneo gave everyone communicators so that they can talk with each other during the match. Izuku, okay, we need to make a plan. Luckily, I have one. Issei, this should be good. Izuku, okay. Aries, during training, I was researching Riser's peerage. Kenneo, you should head over to one of the rooks. With your Nekomata powers, she won't stand a chance. Issei, I'm still shocked that you're a Nekomata. Katsuki, I'm more surprised that Icy Hot's conspiracy theory was actually right on the money. Shoto, is it really that hard to believe? Everyone, yes. Izuku, you once thought. Issei, dude, seriously? Shoto, not my best theory. Katsuki, it was terrible. Sparks, this Mineta guy is the one who's more perverted than your cousin, right? Izuku, yeah? Sparks, those three must be humiliated. Izuku, they were. Shoto, changing the subject. Izuku, oh. Right, he clears his throat. Izuku, Shoto, you will face off against one of Riser's knights while your familiar handles the other one. Akino, can his familiar do that? Izuku, according to Spyro, mine, Kaken, Shoto, Asia, and Yuto's familiars are far more than capable of defending themselves. Issei, even Sparks? Izuku, even Sparks. Now Issei, you and Asia will keep Rias protected while Zap will go after one of the bishops. Make it to the principal's office so Issei can be promoted and give us the better edge. Issei, sounds like a plan. Izuku, Akino, you will take on Riser's other queen alongside Kaken. Akino, why Katsuki? Katsuki, even I don't know. Izuku, you'll find out soon. And you'll want to fight her yourself considering how you are. So when that happens, you will join Yuto. Yuto, what will I be doing? Izuku, Yuto, you, Sparks, Gil Grunt, Chop Chop, Trigger Happy and Akino will take care of the pawns. If all of you work together, you should be able to beat them before they have the chance to make it here and promote themselves. Yuto, good idea. Izuku, Kaken, you'll also summon Spitfire to take care of the other rook. Sparks, better get to summoning, guys. Rias, wait, what about you? Izuku, I'll take to the skies and find Riser's other bishop. I'd help with the pawns, but you know how I am. Everyone, yeah? We do. Izuku, alright. Guys, let's summon our familiars. Yuto, right. And I'll show you how. Observe. I summon you, Chop Chop. Chop Chop, slice and dice. They all nodded and followed what he did. Shoto, I summon you, Snapshot. Snapshot, crock and roll. Katsuki, I summon you, Spitfire. I can't find a GIF or video with just the summoning. Spitfire, fuel the fire. Asia, okay. I summon you, Zap. This is the best I could do. Zap, ride the lightning. Izuku, I summon you, Trigger Happy. Pretend it's Trigger Happy. This is the best I can find. Trigger Happy. Ha 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 ha. No gold, no glory. Izuku, I summon you, Gil Grunt. Best I can do again. Gil Grunt, fear the fish. Izuku, everyone, we're glad you're okay. Gil Grunt, we heard about the raiding game. So, what do you need us for? Izuku went on to explain what was going on. Gil Grunt, alright. Let's do this. Trigger Happy, can I be one of the guys to shoot 2 pawns? Izuku sighed. Izuku, sure thing, buddy. Trigger Happy, yes. Ha 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 ha. Katsuki, I like this guy's style. Everyone, of course you would. Katsuki, ouch. Sparks, what about the other guy? Riser's got a full set, so that means 8 pawns. Only 6 of us are going to fight the pawns and Trigger Happy's taking on 2. Who's the last one? Izuku, that will be Akino. She's the queen, so she'll be able to handle things better. Akino, why thank you, Izuku. Izuku shivered. Rias, Akino, we talked about this. Akino, sorry. Couldn't resist. Izuku shook his head. One more thing. Asia gave me this. He shows them a bottle of holy water. Rias, that's holy water. Izuku, since me, Kaken, and Shoto aren't devils, we can touch this. When I'm done taking care of the bishop, I'll join Rias, Asia, and Issei and promote myself. Then, I'll take the fight to Riser. Kaneko, you may be strong, Izuku, but Riser is immortal and he has a strong regeneration ability. Izuku, regeneration? Rias, yeah? Katsuki, lame. Akino, huh? Izuku, before coming to Koh, we fought plenty of creatures that could regenerate all their injuries in a few seconds. Killed them too, Kaneko, so you have a plan for that? Izuku, since Riser is a quote-unquote phoenix, he's weak to water. Add that to his weakness of holy items, and you get his biggest weakness. Holy water is a holy item in the form of water, which puts out fire. Against a member of the Phoenix clan, this is twice as effective as it would be on you guys. Of course, if that doesn't work, there is a plan B. Issei, what would that be? Izuku, simple. While Riser can regenerate, that takes time. Not much time, but it's not instantaneous. If plan A fails, I'll activate Gearshift and unleash a massive flurry of punches so fast, Riser's regeneration won't be able to keep up. Akino, are you sure that will work? Izuku, you heard of the USJ attack, right? Issei, I lost interest in UA's events because I didn't think you'd be a part of it. Rias, well, I heard all about it. She went on to explain the USJ incident. Issei, yikes. Good thing All Might was still around as a hero back then. But how did he beat that Noma thing? Izuku. He unleashed many punches so fast, Noma couldn't regenerate fast enough. Then, All Might finished it off. Issei. It's times like these where I understand why you're such a fanboy of him. Izuku. Anyways, what do you all think of my plan? Issei. If it's your plan, I trust it with my life. Everyone else agreed. Izuku. Great. Now remember, we can't hesitate to beat them. We go all out, although I have a feeling how Kaken will be when fights the queen. With our familiars included, there are a total of 15 of us. We can't afford to lose. So let's go beyond. Rias and Akino knew what they would say next. Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Rias, and Akino, plus Ultra. Asia, plus Ultra? Issei, what's that? Yuto, please explain. Izuku, it's the motto of UA. Issei, then let's all say it together. Izuku nodded. Izuku, alright everyone. Let's go beyond. Everyone, plus Ultra. Graphia, the game begins now. Izuku, let's do this. They all ran out the club room. Izuku activated his sacred gear and took to the skies in search of one of the bishops. The others split up in teams, with Akino and Katsuki. They were running through the forest in search of Yubeluna. But something was on her mind. Akino, hey Katsuki? Katsuki, yeah? Akino, why did you bully Izuku in the first place? Katsuki looked down in shame. Katsuki, because, he sighs. Katsuki, when I first got my quirk, everyone praised me constantly for it, saying I was going to be an amazing hero and that I was destined for greatness. Shit like that. It gave me a massive ego. Then, Izuku got his quirk result and was said to be quirkless. Me, and everyone in our class made fun of him for it for many years. I even gave him a stupid nickname for him. To this day, the word Deku makes me hate myself. Akino, so you bullied him just because of something he couldn't control? Katsuki, you wish. I started to really bully him when I fell down in a creek one day and he tried to help me up. My stupid mindset thought he was looking down on me and my bullying got worse and worse for the next 10 years. The worst thing I said to him was, if you want to get a quirk so bad, pray you'll get one in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. But you already know that. Akino, what changed? Katsuki, at first it was when he saved me from the sludge villain. I mean, technically speaking, it was All Might, but he only acted because of Izuku. That's when I started to tone it down a little. But that didn't mean I stopped bullying him. But what made things start to change much better for us was after our fight that happened after our hero licensing exam. Akino, go on. Katsuki, after our fight, I was fully let in on the secret of you-know-what. I mean, I did figure things out somewhat prior, but I didn't know the origin. Anyways, after that, we slowly started to become friends again. But we didn't fully repair our relationship until the time he was in his lowest moment. I won't delve in on the details though. Akino, I understand. Katsuki, during that time, I had finally apologized for what I did. And he forgave me because he's well Izuku. The best friend I could ever have. But even though he forgives me, I still haven't forgiven myself. I doubt I ever will. Then, they heard slow clapping. That's when they stopped and looked to see. Katsuki, why is she wearing such a revealing outfit? Akino, you don't want to know. Yubeluna started walking towards them. Yubeluna, a lovely story. Katsuki, was it? You have such a kind friend. Katsuki, who even are you? Yubeluna, I am Yubeluna. Riser Phoenix's queen. Katsuki, so that's the queen, huh? Akino, get ready. Yubeluna, you may also call me the bomb queen. Katsuki, did you just say bomb queen? Akino then remembered what Izuku said about Katsuki going to fight her on his own. Now she understood why. Katsuki, there is no such thing. Yubeluna, don't make me laugh. Katsuki, alright then. I'll prove it. Wow. Izuku was right. Akino, then I'll go to the others. Katsuki, go on ahead. I'll blow this hitch straight to hell, I guess. Yubeluna, hell isn't as bad as what you've been told. Katsuki, you know what I mean. Akino, good luck, Katsuki. She left. Yubeluna, you made a grave mistake. I can tell you're a temporary rook. You cannot handle the bomb queen. Katsuki, quit your yapping and get Tio fighting. Yubeluna, you asked for it. She jumped high up and pointed her staff at Katsuki before unleashing an explosion at him. Yubeluna, see the difference between us now? Katsuki, hell yeah. I'm disappointed. The smoke from the explosion cleared to show that Katsuki was completely unhurt. Yubeluna, what? Katsuki, you call that damned firework an explosion? Pathetic. Yubeluna grit her teeth and unleashed another explosion. But Katsuki dodged it by using his explosions to propel himself into the air. Yubeluna. He uses explosions too? Katsuki. Die. He blasted himself at Yubeluna and she was met with an explosion to the face. Yubeluna fell to the ground but got back up as Katsuki landed. Katsuki. There is only one royal explosion person, and that's me. King Explosion Murder. Yubeluna. What? Katsuki. I mean King Dynamite. Yubeluna. I guess that's better. Katsuki. Explosive speed. He used his quirk to shoot himself at Yubeluna, who tried to block him with her staff. But his explosions are massive. Too massive for her to block. She was hit with an explosion. Yubeluna, damn you! She fired off multiple explosions at Katsuki, who tried to dodge them all. He got hit by some of them, but due to his quirk making him resistant to explosions and his rook-enhanced durability, they had little to no effect on him. Katsuki. AP shot autocannon cluster. She got hit multiple times. He had used his cluster technique to enhance the power of his explosions. Katsuki. I thought you were supposed to be the almighty queen of Riser Phoenix. This is pathetic. Yubeluna grit her teeth and cast a sealing spell. Yubeluna, there. Now you can't use your sacred gear. Katsuki laughed and showed her his explosion quirk. Yubeluna. No, you've been using a quirk this entire time, haven't you? Katsuki. Damn right. It's called explosion. I secrete a nitroglycerin-like sweat from my hands and make it blow up. I don't need my sacred gear to defeat you. Yubeluna tried to step back and run away, but she fell to her knee in pain. Katsuki charged forward. Katsuki, this is it. You're not getting back up. Howitzer impact, cluster. Yubeluna was completely defeated. She could never make such a powerful explosion. Yubeluna, I can still. She dug into her pocket to try and pull out something, but there was nothing there. Yubeluna, what? Where is Katsuki? Looking for this? He showed her. Yubeluna, how? Katsuki, while I was blasting you, I snagged this thing. Must be important. Can't let you have it. She then glowed blue and disappeared. Graphia. Riser's queen has retired. With Kenneo, Yoto, and the familiars assigned with them. Kenneo, wow, he won. And judging by that massive explosion, I'm guessing he did it without using his sacred gear. Just as well. Gil grunt, you gotta admit. That guy's strong. Yoto, guys, focus. We need to find the pawns. Trigger happy, I found two. I'm going after them. Woohoo! He ran off to fight and the other's sweat dropped. Gil grunt, sorry about that. Trigger happy is always well. Trigger happy. Kenneo, well, we better keep moving. As they kept moving, they found each of the pawns, one as a team, and they all split up to go after them. With Trigger Happy had just cornered. Trigger Happy, come on. Let's fight. You sound crazy. Trigger, I am. Ha 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 ha. He started firing gold coins all over the place. Nell, this guy is nuts. I'll better end this fast. They charged at Trigger Happy with their chainsaws, but he got out a golden machine gun. The twins stopped. Al and Nell, uh-oh. Trigger Happy, and no gold. No glory. Ha 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 ha. He fired his machine gun, and it did not take long before the twins were out. Graphia. Two of Riser's pawns have retired. Trigger Happy, over already? Ah man. With Kenneo, she was currently enjoying herself, zapping the two Nikomata on Riser's team. Soon, they were eliminated from the match. With Sparks, get over here. Mira, a dragonfly? Must be a familiar. Even I can beat that. She swung her staff at Sparks, but he dodged. Sparks, I'm stronger than I look. He blasted her with fireball shots. Yes, in Year of the Dragon, Sparks can shoot fireballs. They didn't do much to her, but the problem was Sparks' size. She couldn't land a hit on him while she was still taking hits and even headbutts. Sparks was a lot stronger than she thought, and she couldn't land a single hit on him. Mira, hold still. Sparks, nah. Eventually, she was defeated because of the onslaught of Sparks' attacks. With Yoto easily cut down Burent. With Chop Chop has encountered Shuriya and she was ready to fight. Chop Cop, slice and dice. He meant it when he said that. He slashed Shuriya over and over again, and she could do nothing to stop him, and was defeated. With Gil Grunt had just knocked Marion down and pointed his harpoon at her. Gil Grunt, fear the fish. He fired it and defeated her. Graphia, all of Riser's pawns have been eliminated. Gil Grunt, perfect. Looks like all that's left are the knights, rooks, bishops, and the fried chicken himself. With Kaneko, she was currently in the gym. Kaneko, I finally found you. Shuelan, you're a Nikomata? Kaneko, that's right. And I am so glad that Shoto isn't here. He'd probably say that she's Chun-Li's sister or something. Shuelan, well, this doesn't change the fact that we must face off against each other. Kaneko, then let's get this over with. They started to brawl. At first, they seemed pretty even. However, as time went on, Kaneko was slowly winning. Shuelan, your Nikomata powers are way too strong. Kaneko, that's they are. But in all honesty, she caught Shuelan's fist. Kaneko, I wasn't planning to show this side of me. Shuelan, why? Kaneko, let's just say it was due to trauma. Shuelan, so what changed during those 10 days? Kaneko, the green-haired boy, Izuku Midoriya. He got me to stop hiding my true self. To be who I always was. And to accept it without fear. Shuelan freed her hand and tried to kick Kaneko in the head with a roundhouse. However, she blocked it, grabbed her, and spun around. Mimicking what Izuku did during their fight. Kaneko, sorry Izuku. I gotta say your move. Oklahoma Smash. She was strong enough to create a barely visible tornado. It wasn't as strong as Izuku's, but it was still strong. She threw Shuelan and she crashed into the wall. Shuelan, ouch. That move, where did you learn it? Kaneko, I learned it from Izuku. Shuelan got up. She lost her footing for a bit. Shuelan, I've seen that look before. You love him. Kaneko, what? Shuelan, you know as well as I do that I'm right. Kaneko sighed. Kaneko, yeah? And soon I'll tell him how I feel. But for now we have a fight to finish. Shuelan nodded and charged at her. Kaneko did the same and gave her a roundhouse kick to the face, knocking her out. Graphia, one of Riser's rooks, have retired. With Shoto and Snapshot, they have come across. Shoto, are you ready, Snapshot? Snapshot, yes I am. Shoto activated his sacred gear and charged at Carmine. She blocked his wing blade with her sword. Carmine, you're that human with the scar. So you got a temporary peace. Shoto, that's right. Snapshot was clashing his Traptanium weapon with Sirius's sword. He was holding back to make it more fair. Shoto opened his mouth, and icicles came out. During the 10 days of training, Blade taught Shoto how to use his ice breath. Thanks to her armor, Carmine didn't take much damage. But then, Shoto caught her in a bladed cyclone that she couldn't escape from. Snapshot got tired of playing around and shattered Sirius's sword. Sirius, oh. Snapshot pointed his Traptanium arrow at Sirius and charged it into a giant water arrow. Snapshot, crock and roll. He fired it, which was enough to take her out of the game. Carmine, Sirius, Shoto, you know you're still trapped, right? Carmine, oh. Shoto turned his right wing to ice and slashed her with it, knocking her out of the game. Graphia, both of Riser's knights have retired. Shoto, great work, Snapshot. Snapshot gave a thumbs up. With Spitfire. Spitfire was currently dunking it out with. Spitfire, you're pretty strong. Isabella, I admit, so are you. Spitfire, too bad I have to take you down. Isabella, you haven't been able to do much against me currently. What makes you think you can? He then sped and phased right through her, and was now behind her, and punched her in the back. Isabella, OW. How? Spitfire, can you create a fire tornado? Isabella, what? No, Spitfire, too bad. He spun around and shot an actual fire tornado at her. She tried to run, but she wasn't good for speed and got trapped inside. Spitfire then jumped up to her face. Spitfire, fuel the fire. He slammed his flaming fist into the rook and knocked her out of the game. Graphia, both of Riser's rooks have retired. With Zap. Zap had just encountered. Zap, take this. He shot lightning bolts at her, and she barely dodged them. She tried to send fire at him, but he dodged it and used a technique that allows him to slide on his stomach. Zap, catch me if you can. Mahi, you won't escape. As she tried to chase after him, she slipped on the electrified slime he left behind when he slid on his stomach, zapping her and making her crash into a tree before she got hit with an electrified wave, and then zapped a bunch of times before being defeated. Graphia, one of Riser's bishops have retired. Zap, that just leaves one bishop and the king. With Izuku. Izuku, I knew this plan would work. He was walking through the forest with his gear still activated. Izuku, now, I just have to find the other bishop, and then get to Riser. Then, he heard a voice behind him. You looking for me? He turned around and was met with, Izuku, you must be Riser's last remaining piece. He got into a fighting position. Yes, I am. And I'm not going to fight you. Izuku, huh? I'm the strategist of the peerage. I'm not good with fighting, Izuku. So, you're not going to fight? No point in doing so. You're the Purple Dragon Emperor. There's no way I can beat you. Izuku, I see. Let me introduce myself. She curtsied and Izuku got back into a normal position for a dragon. My name is Ravel Phoenix. Izuku Phoenix? Wait, that means, Ravel, yes. I'm Riser's little sister. He had me join his peerage and complete his set. Izuku set? Ravel. His peerage is about him having the perfect harem, and I'm the little sister and Sundara type. Izuku, you know, your brother has some serious issues. Ravel, tell me about it. She walked over to Izuku and started to pet him. Izuku, what are you doing? Ravel smiled. Ravel, sorry. You're just so adorable. Izuku blushed brightly, but it was hidden by his scales. Izuku, what? Ravel stopped petting him, and he sighed in relief. Ravel, here. Take this. She gave him an item that was the same as the one Katsuki snagged from Yabaluna. Izuku, huh? What is this? Ravel, Phoenix tears. They can be used to heal almost any injury. They can even restore lost limbs. Izuku, can they restore organs? Ravel shook her head. Ravel, afraid not. Izuku looked down for a bit. Then he looked up to ask a question. Izuku, wait. Why are you giving me this? Ravel, I guess respect for my opponent. I found out that you came up with this plan of yours and I'm very impressed. Besides, somebody needs to knock my brother off his high horse. He deactivated his sacred gear to put the item in his pocket and also take out the holy water. Ravel blushed when she made eye contact with him. Izuku, thank you. He gave her a sweet smile. Ravel, and no problem. Izuku, now I better go. He reactivated his gear and flew off with incredible speed. Ravel, he's really cute. Izuku kept on flying until he saw Riser attacking Aries, Issei, and Asia. Riser, you made a mediocre attempt to defeat Riser. But Riser will not lose to you. Issei then noticed Izuku behind him. Issei, maybe not on our own. But he can. Riser, huh? He turned and saw Izuku. Riser, you're that green-haired brat, aren't you? Izuku, yep. Detroit smash. He didn't just punch Riser in the face. He also smashed the glass bottle of holy water on his face. Riser, gra. Izuku, Issei. Now's our chance to stop this wedding. Izuku flew over to Issei. Issei, gearshift? Izuku, no need. Just attack. Issei, right. His devil wings appeared. They then got up to Riser. Riser, don't you know how important this is to Devilkind? Issei, you really don't get it. Izuku, if the fate of Devilkind relies on you making my friend and my cousin's crush your personal hex toy. Aries blushed hearing that Issei loved her. Issei and Izuku. Then Devilkind can't be saved. Izuku kicked him in the face with an axe kick, sending him into the ground. Izuku, let us finish this. Issei, I'm with you all the way, cuz. Izuku and Issei flew down quickly and readied their fists. Issei, mind if I say the line with you? Izuku, not one bit. Izuku and Issei, Detroit smash. They punched Riser with all their might and shook the entire arena. The damage was too much for Riser. He glowed blue and disappeared. Which means, Graphia, Riser Phoenix has retired. This means that the victory of this raiding game goes to Aries Gremory. Aries was so happy, she hugged Issei tight. Issei was very content with this. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned around to let Issei have his moment. Izuku, we won. The ORC meets Arie. Aries had invited her peerage, Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto to a party to celebrate the victory of her first raiding game. However, Izuku had chosen to decline. He wanted to take a day off after the 10 days of training and the raiding game that took place right after. At Izuku's home, Izuku was watching cartoons with a special someone. That person was his adopted daughter, Arie. Arie, so, Papa, Grandma told me about the cool stuff you have been doing. Do you think I could meet your friends someday? Izuku, well, they are having a party right now. I was planning on taking a day off to hang out with you, but maybe introducing them to you would be a good idea. Besides, you'll get to meet your new cousin, Arie, huh? Izuku, one of the members of the group is my cousin. He's pretty perverted, like Mineta, but not as perverted. Do you want to go? Arie, I'd love to. Izuku, alright. Let me just text the group. He texted the others and said he would be there, but kept it vague on who he was bringing. They all said they were looking forward to seeing him there. Izuku, alright Arie. We better get changed before we go. You cool with that? Arie, sure. Izuku, then let's get changed. 2 minutes later. Izuku, ready Arie? Arie, ready, Papa. Arie, how do I look? Izuku, adorable. So Arie, do you want to ride on a dragon? Arie, can I? Izuku activated his sacred gear. Izuku, hop on. Arie, this is so cool. She hopped on Izuku. They then left as Izuku and Arie took to the skies. Time skip brought to you by Arie singing this. Eventually, they made it to the ORC. Izuku was holding Arie's hand. Izuku, are you ready, Arie? Arie, yeah? They're nice, right? Izuku, yes. And they'll love you. He knocks on the door and Katsuki answers. Katsuki, there you are, nerd. Glad you, Arie? What are you doing here? Izuku, Arie wanted to meet the others. Katsuki, you couldn't say no, could you? Izuku, would you? Katsuki, no. You did the right thing. Arie, hi Uncle Kaken. Katsuki, hi Snowball. Hey nerd? You know the others are gonna need an explanation, right? Izuku, yeah? This'll be weird. Arie, let's go in. Izuku, right. They all went in. Ries saw. Izuku, Asia, glad you're here. Akino, nice to see you made it after all. Kaneko, I thought you said you didn't want to come. Yuto, yeah, didn't you say you wanted a break? Shoto, maybe there's a reason behind it. Issei, you may be right. Hey Izuku, why did you change your mind? Izuku, I'll show you. Arie, who was hiding behind Izuku, went up to them. Shoto, Arie? Ries, you know this adorable little girl? Arie, hi. My name is Arie Midoriya. Nice to meet you all. Everyone, Midoriya? Issei, whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on here? Izuku, Arie, here is my daughter. Everyone, daughter? Ries, hang on, everyone. Let's not jump straight to conclusions. Considering how Izuku is, there is no way this girl who looks to be about 6 years old. Arie, I'm 7. Ries, 7 years old could be his biological daughter because that would mean he had her when he was 9 years old. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. On top of that, Issei last saw Izuku 2 years ago, but not this girl. Kaneko, I get it. He must have adopted her. Shoto, that's correct. Izuku, Arie wanted to meet you all, so we came here. Issei, you just couldn't say no to her, could you? Izuku, you try. Arie goes up to Issei. Issei, hi. I'm Issei Hayato. Arie, are you my cousin? Issei, how could I possibly say no to her? Yes. Arie, hi cousin Issei. Issei, GCK, he clutched his chest. Issei, 'cause your daughter is too adorable. Izuku, I know. Arie went to Ries. Arie, hello? Ries, hello Arie. I'm Ries Gremory. Arie, nice to meet you, Ms. Gremory. Ries, please call me Ries. Arie, okay, Ries. Asia, God has truly blessed us with such a gift. OW. Arie, are you okay? Ries, Izuku, does she know about? Izuku, yes. I had to tell her. Ries, normally I'd be upset. But for her, I'll overlook it. Izuku, phew. Kaneko, does she know about me being? Izuku, nah. It's better if you tell her. Arie, tell me what? Kaneko, let me show you. Arie, whoa kitty girl. Can I pet you? Kaneko, I could never say no to you. She let Arie pet her. Yuto, you have a very sweet daughter. Izuku, I know. She is very important to me. Akino, if you don't mind me asking, how did you adopt her? The mood then dropped. Izuku, I can't say. Not with Arie here. Arie, you can tell them, Papa. Izuku, are you sure, Arie? Arie, I'm a big girl now. I can handle it. Yuto, handle what? Katsuki, you really want to know, huh? Everyone, why yeah. Issei, is it bad? Izuku, very. But if you really want to know, I'll tell you. Izuku then explained everything. Arie's quirk. What happened when she awakened it. How her mother abandoned her and left her with her grandpa, the leader of the Shy Hasaikai. How Kai Chisaki came up with a plan to use her quirk. How he put Arie's grandfather in a coma and took charge. The torture Arie had to endure. How Izuku saved her. How Arie forgot how to smile. And how thanks to Izuku and his class, she regained her ability to smile. By the end of it all, they were all crying. Especially Yuto. Because he was experimented on by someone as well. Arie, sniff as sorry. Guess I'm not much of a big girl, after all. Izuku, you are. It's okay to cry. He hugged her. Izuku, just remember. It's all over now. You're free and I'm here to protect you from harm. Don't forget that. Arie wiped her eyes and hugged Izuku back. Arie, thank you, Papa. Yuto, has she managed to fully heal? Izuku, she has managed to mostly heal. But there is some trauma that may not ever heal. But I'm going to help her through it. Kaneko, does she ever get nightmares? Arie, I did at first. But Papa would always sing this song to me and it would put me back to sleep. Kaneko, he's such a caring father. Issei, what kind of song? Izuku, I call it, Might Plus You. Issei, well, your song names are better than your fashion skills. Kaneko, what do you mean? He looks nice in that outfit. She clamped her mouth shut and Izuku blushed. Everyone else except Arie chuckled. Even Issei. Arie tilted her head in confusion. Issei, maybe so. But his casual attire is awful. He normally wears a shirt with the word shirt on it. They all sweat dropped. But Izuku was too embarrassed to feel insulted. Arie, so, what do you all do here? Rias, we have our devil duties to do around here and this club is the perfect front. Arie, front? Izuku regained his composure. Izuku, she means it's a fake club to avoid drawing attention to the fact that they're devils. The same can be said for the student council at this academy. Arie, whoa. Kaneko, hey Arie, want something to drink? Arie, do you have apple juice? Kaneko nodded. Kaneko, come with me. I'll show you. She took Arie's hand and brought her over to the drinks table. Izuku, so Issei, how's your day been going? Issei odd. Rias is now living at my home. Izuku, what? Issei, I know. By the way, the next ORC meeting is tomorrow at my house. Think you could bring Arie? She'd love to meet her. Izuku, I would, but I don't think Rias would want her to join. Rias, that's ridiculous. Seeing her today has made my day. I'd love her to join. Besides, she points to her slurping some apple juice and having fun with Kaneko. Rias, I think she's gotten a little bit attached to Kaneko. Izuku, alright. I'll allow it on 3 conditions. Rias, what are they? Izuku, number 1, you will not turn her into a devil. Understand? Rias nodded. Izuku, number 2, if she doesn't want to join, that's it. She will not join. It's up to her. Rias, I understand. Izuku, and number 3, if she wishes to leave the club, she will be allowed to leave the club. Rias, alright. Those rules are acceptable. Issei, you really take the role of a father seriously. Izuku, of course I do. And I have to tell you one thing, Issei. Issei, what is it? Izuku, if you ruin her innocence. Izuku, you will pay dearly. Issei stepped back in fear. Izuku, so no perving. Understand? Issei, normally, I would say no, even with your threats. But for Arie, I will do that. Izuku, you're making a wise decision. Now I'll ask Arie about joining. He goes over to Arie and Kaneko. Kaneko, hey Izuku. I'm sorry about the awkward situation earlier. Izuku, don't worry about it. You were just being nice. Kaneko, not exactly. Arie, did you want to talk about something, Papa? Izuku, yes. Rias wants to know if you'd like to join us in the occult research club. You'd get to hang out with us all whenever we have a meeting. This is up to you, however. If you don't want to join, you don't have to. Arie, do I have to become a demon? Izuku, 2 things. 1, they are devils. Not demons. There's a difference. 2, no. I told Rias that if you are to join, you will not become a devil. Arie, then I'd love to join. Kaneko, really? Arie, yeah. I'd love to hang out with you more, Ms. Kitty. Kaneko clenched her heart. She was just too cute. Izuku, her name is Kaneko. Arie, oh. Sorry, Kaneko. Kaneko, it's okay. She pat Arie's head. Izuku, remember Arie, if you ever wish to leave the club, let me know and I'll take you out of it. Okay? Arie, okay, Papa. Izuku, so, let's tell everyone together. Arie, okay. They walked over to Rias. Rias, so, what did she say? Izuku, she agreed to it. Rias, wonderful. She got her glass and tapped it with a spoon to make a sound that got everyone's attention. Rias, everyone listen up. Everyone turned their attention to Rias. Rias, thanks to Izuku, we now have a new member of the ORC. One who will make our day shine in the best way possible. I'd like you all to welcome our newest member, Arie Midoriya. Shoto, you're actually letting her join, Izuku? Izuku, it's best to let her stick with me. Katsuki, I'm not complaining. Rias, remember Issei, no perving in meetings from now on. Issei, no problem. I'm not ruining Arie's innocence. Not now, not ever. After that, the party went on like normal and Arie was introduced to the rest of the ORC. Eventually, it was time to leave. While flying back home, Izuku, so, what did you think of everyone? Arie, I loved meeting them all. Asia is nice. Yuto is cool. Rias is caring. Kaneko is amazing. And cousin Issei is funny. Izuku, glad to hear that. You'll be meeting Issei's parents tomorrow, as we've got a meeting tomorrow at his house. Arie, I can't wait to meet them. Izuku, they'll love you. They then arrived home and told Inko how things went. Inko, so, you'll be meeting with them at Issei's house tomorrow? Izuku, yes. Inko, do you mind if I drive you there? I'd love to see my sister and her family again, as well as meet your new friends. Izuku, sure. We don't mind. Arie, we'd love that, Grandma. Inko, I look forward to meeting them all. After that, they all went to sleep. Hayate Residence ORC meeting, and something's up with Yuto. Izuku, Arie, and Inko were on their way to Issei's place. Inko was driving them there. Inko, so, are you excited for your club meeting? Izuku and Arie, yeah. Arie, I can't wait to meet Great Aunt Mickey and Great Uncle Goro. Inko, and they'll love you. Izuku, remember to behave. Arie, don't worry, Papa. I promise to be well behaved. Izuku smiled. Izuku, great. They pulled up at the Hayate residence. Inko knocked on the door, and the one who answered was Mickey. Inko. Izuku. She hugged them both. Mickey, it's been so long. She separated from them. Mickey, I'm glad to see you both. Inko, actually, we'd like to introduce you to someone. Mickey, who? Arie walked from behind Izuku, over to his side. Mickey, huh? Ah. This little girl is so cute. Who is this little angel? Izuku, this is Arie. I adopted her a while ago. Mickey, what? Izuku, long story. Arie, hi Great Aunt Mickey. Mickey, oh. I have such an adorable grandniece. Inko, may we come inside? Mickey, of course. They all went inside and saw Issei's father, Goro, reading a newspaper. Goro, ah. Inko. Izuku. Wonderful to see you again. Who's that? After explaining, Goro, alright. Well, Issei and the others are in the other room, so you two can go over there if you wish. Izuku, thanks uncle. Arie, thank you, great uncle Goro. Izuku and Arie then went into the other room. Issei, there you are. Izuku, Katsuki, took you long enough. Izuku, sorry for the wait. Traffic was a nightmare. Arie, sorry. Rias, it's alright. Let's get this meeting started. They sat down. Rias, so first, we will be discussing the amount of contracts made since the last meeting. Arie, contracts? Izuku, devils make contracts with humans in which they fulfill a request and get something in return. It's a fair give or take. Arie, oh. Rias, Akino has formed 11. Arie, great job, Akino. Akino, why thank you, Arie. Rias, Kaneko formed 10. Arie, yippee! Good work, Kaneko smiled. Arie praising her made her feel warm inside. Yuto formed 8. Arie, congratulations, Yuto. Yuto, thank you, Arie. Rias, Asia formed 3. Kaneko, not bad, rookie. Arie, not bad at all. Asia, thank you. Rias, as for Issei 0. Issei looked down. Arie, don't feel bad, cousin Issei. You'll get them next time. Issei, thank you so much, Arie. That means a lot. Izuku was about to say something when he felt something on his lap. He chose not to look, in fear of finding out who it might be. Unfortunately for him, Arie didn't realize. Arie, Papa? Why is Kaneko lying on your leg? Now that he knew who was on his lap, Izuku looked and saw that she was right. Kaneko was on his lap. Izuku, I don't know. Kaneko, it's comfortable. Izuku blushed bright red. Arie, Papa, you look like a tomato. Everyone laughed at this. Then Mickey came in with a platter of cookies. Mickey, sorry for interrupting. Special cookies. She placed down the platter and Arie took one. Arie, look. I'm the cookie monster. Everyone laughed at this. It was absolutely adorable. Mickey, anyways, I brought this album of Issei's baby photos. Issei, what? She went on to embarrass him completely. Izuku, really hope I'm not next. Then, he heard Inko. Inko, excuse me? I'd like to speak with Kaneko privately. Kaneko, who are you? Izuku, that's my mom. Kaneko, oh. Okay then. Kaneko got up from Izuku's lap and went with Inko to an empty room. Kaneko, so what did you want to talk to me about? Inko, you love him, don't you? Kokono H, huh? Inko, don't try to deny it. I can see it in your eyes. You love Izuku, don't you? Kaneko looked at the ground. Kaneko, yes. Yes, I do. Inko, you have to understand that I'm not completely in agreement to that at the moment. Kaneko, because I'm an Ikomida? Kaneko, where do I begin? Inko, I'm here for as long as you need. Kaneko decided on how she should start. Kaneko, his innocence for one. Before I met him, I was worried that he would be like Issei. That was until he ran out my classroom upon discovering that other than him, Katsuki, and Shoto, there were no boys in the class. Honestly, it was kind of funny. They both chuckled a bit. Inko, anything else? Kaneko, well, during lunch on his first day, Issei and his two perverted friends tried to peek on the kendo club members in the locker rooms and Inko narrowed her eyes in anger. Inko, Issei did what? Kaneko stepped back a bit. Inko was looking really frightening. Kaneko, is she the reason why Izuku's death glare is so terrifying? Or are all mothers terrifying when angry? Inko took a deep breath. Inko, sorry. Continue. Kaneko, I'm alright. Anyways, when Izuku found out about what Issei was doing, he made sure to teach him a lesson and even blocked up the holes they would view through using his notebook. That was when I knew that he is someone who respects girls and their privacy. Inko, I'm proud. I always made sure to teach him to respect women. Kaneko, you did a good job. Inko, is there anything else you love about him? Kaneko, yes. He's very brave. He was willing to go up against tons of fallen angels just to save Asia. Also, his kindness, as he is such a caring father to Arie. There's also his determination. Before the 10-day training, I was afraid to use my Nikomata side due to trauma from a personal situation. I told him I'd only accept it if he could beat me while I used my Nikomata side and he would only use his quirks, and no matter what happened, he would not give up. Because he wanted me to accept who I am. Also, I admittedly enjoy his hugs and also sleeping on his lap. Inko chuckled at that last one. Inko, I understand now. The love you have for my son is truly genuine. The kind of love that my son deserves. But what about Arie? What are your thoughts on her? Kaneko, Arie is a precious little unicorn and she must be protected at all costs and nothing will change my mind. Inko, so we agree. Kaneko, I also want to kill Overhaul myself. Inko, everyone who's met Arie properly feels the same way. Just wanted to make sure because if you were to get with my son, that would make you Arie's adoptive mother and Kaneko, I would love that. Inko smiled. Inko, I was hoping you say that. I'm okay with you dating my son. However, you still have to tell him how you feel yourself. Kaneko, I'll find the right time to tell him that. Inko, better tell him soon. I get the feeling that other girls want to get with him. Kaneko, honestly, I'm fine with sharing him. He deserves to have all the happiness he can get. Inko, that he does. Anyways, that is all for our talk. You should probably head back to the others. Kaneko nodded and went back to the others. When she got back, she saw Yuto glaring at a picture with a chestnut-haired kid and a sword, later at an abandoned factory. Izuku, so, we're here because of a stray devil, right? Rias, yes. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight it indoors. So Asia, Akino and I will stay out here while the rest of you will lure it outside. Izuku, leave it to us. The Dragon Emperors activated their sacred gears. Rias, Yuto? He looked like he was staring off into space before snapping out of it. Yuto, right. Sorry. Izuku, are you alright, Yuto? Yuto, perfectly fine. Izuku didn't believe him but chose to go along with it for now. The Dragon Emperors, Yuto, and Kaneko went inside. Inside, Issei, it's too dark to see anything in here. Katsuki, I got this. His robotic lenses shined a bright light, basically being headlights. Katsuki, Drobot, have your sensors picked up anything? Drobot, to your left. He turned his head to the left, and saw a woman with mantis claws for hands, a horn, and her lower body was that of a spider. Shoto, is that the stray devil? Everyone, yes. Kaneko, you're up, Yuto. Yuto did nothing. Kaneko, Yuto, oops. Sorry. The stray devil spat acid at Kaneko, but Izuku got in front of her and blasted it with fire. Issei, dragon shot. Unfortunately, the stray devil slashed it. Issei, damn it. Not enough power. Katsuki, quit standing around, you idiot. Yuto snapped out of his daydream and slashed one of the mantis claws off. Shoto got behind the stray devil and shot blades of ice from his mouth at the stray devil and knocked her back. Katsuki then blasted her with powerful lasers from his lens. This sent the stray devil flying in front of Rias, Akino, and Asia. Akino then sadistically zapped the stray devil before Rias finished her off for good. Issei, alright, Rias, she had completely lost her mind. Can't even be called a devil. Issei shivered at the thought of ending up that way. Rias then slapped Yuto. Rias, are you up now? Yuto, I'm sorry. Izuku, what's with you? You've been like this ever since you saw that picture of that weird sword. Yuto, don't worry about it. Izuku, I can't just ignore the way you've been acting, Yuto. We're friends, aren't we? Yuto, friends? How caring of you as always. Honestly, I remembered something very important to me. The reason why I'm still alive. I seek revenge. The holy sword Excalibur. I live for its destruction. He then left. Izuku, holy sword? Rias went on to explain what a holy sword was and about the holy sword experiment. Izuku's reaction was not a good sign. Izuku, so Yuto and many more went through all of that. Izuku took a deep breath and calmed down. Izuku, I need to go right now. They all left. Izuku, Yuto, I'll be sure to save your smile. Your grief will end soon. Because I will be there for you. Always. Meeting Irina and Zenobia. Izuku was up bright and early. That's because he needed to talk with someone before school starts. Izuku, I hope he comes soon. And he most certainly did come. Young Midoriya? Izuku, All Might, why did you want to see me? Especially this early? Izuku, I need your advice with something. All Might, what about? Izuku, have you ever heard of the Holy Sword Project? All Might, can't say I have. Why? Izuku went on to tell All Might about the Holy Sword Project. All Might, I see. So now young Kiba believes that only he can avenge his friends. Izuku, I want to help him, but I don't know how. All Might, think back to when you had a similar thought. Izuku, huh? All Might, remember when you left UA to keep your friends safe? You had a similar mindset there. You refused to accept help from anyone. Young Kiba is doing the same thing. Only difference is that he's doing it for vengeance, whereas you were doing it to protect your friends. You both went off on your own. Izuku, now that I think about it, you're right. It's a pretty similar situation. All Might, so think back to what your friends did to bring you back. They didn't give up. And they convinced you that they can help. What you should do is convince Yuto that you will help him. It may take a bit, but you can do it. Izuku, thanks, All Might. Great talk. All Might nodded. All Might, now you better get to school. We wouldn't want you to be late. Izuku nodded and left for school. After school, Issei, you sure you can pull something like that off? Izuku, it's worth a try. You know I'm not the kind of person to just give up on a friend. Issei, can't argue with that. Soon, Issei and Asia froze as they approached the Haidu residence. Izuku, are you two okay? Issei, I've felt this feeling before. Izuku, you have? When? Issei, when we met Freed. Izuku, wait, oh no. They rushed into the house, worried for Mickey and Goru. When they made it inside, there was nothing there. But they could hear Mickey chatting with someone. Following the voice, they saw her chatting with Izuku and Mickey. Mickey, oh Issei, Izuku, Asia. Issei, what Asia and I were feeling must have been those two. Long time no see, Issei. Remember me? Issei, Izuku, you know her, Issei? Mickey showed them a photo of Issei with someone with chestnut hair. Mickey, it's Irina Shida. Izuku, that's her? Mickey, she was such a tomboy back then, but now she's the opposite. I didn't recognize her at first. Issei, I thought she was a dude. Izuku, don't say that. Irina, looks like a lot has happened, hasn't it? She looks at Izuku. Izuku, hi. Irina, Issei, right, you've never met him. Irina, this is my cousin, Izuku Midoriya. And fair warning, he's really shy around girls. Irina, that's unexpected. He caught a glare from the blue-haired girl that was directed towards Issei and Asia. Izuku, why are you glaring at them, Zenobia Korda. Izuku, alright, Zenobia, and my reasons are unnecessary to explain. After some time, the two girls, as well as Izuku, left. The next night, the entire peerage except for Yuto was in the ORC. This includes the honorary members, as well as Irina and Zenobia. Zenobia, we appreciate your cooperation. I am Zenobia Korda. Irina, I'm Irina Shidu. Rias, for what reason would servants of God desire to meet a devil? Irina, although one is yet to be found, the 6 remaining Excaliburs have been kept by 3 divisions of the church. However, 3 of them were stolen by fallen angels. Izuku, they were? Zenobia, the ones that we have are these. They show their holy swords. Zenobia, the holy sword of destruction, Excalibur destruction. Irina, and my holy sword of mimicry, Excalibur mimic. Katsuki, get on with it already. Zenobia, this particular problem is between us and the fallen angels. We can't afford to deal with devils. Rias, you think we would side with the fallen angels and use the holy swords? Zenobia, you devils and the fallen angels both despise holy swords. You're in the same position. Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto, not us. Zenobia, Izuku, Kaken, Shoto, and I are not devils. Rias, in any case, I swear I will never do anything to humiliate the Satans, Zenobia, as I expected you to say. So please make sure not to interfere. Izuku, with all due respect, I am going to intervene. They all looked towards Izuku. Izuku, my friend is suffering and I can't just stand by and watch him in pain. I'm going to help him, and in order to do that, I have to interfere. Zenobia, you are not a devil. What you do does not concern us. She then looks towards Asia. Zenobia, I've been wondering this since I visited Issei's house. Are you Asia Argento? Asia, yes. Zenobia, the witch. Katsuki, rude. Irina, oh, you're that ex-nun who became a witch? I did hear that you were exiled because you could heal even devils and fallen angels, but I never knew you became a devil. Asia, my. Zenobia, to think that a saint has become a devil. Nobody's perfect, I suppose. Izuku, what is with them? Zenobia, do you still believe in God? Irina, Zenobia, she's a devil. Zenobia, still. Some blasphemers feel some guilt and retain a little of their faith. I can sense that from her. Irina, really? Asia, I just can't quite let it go. Zenobia, in that case, let us kill you now. She was about to attack her when she was wrapped in black whip. Izuku, don't you dare! Zenobia and Irina flinched in fear. Izuku, Zenobia. You and me shall have a duel. Zenobia, and why would I accept it? Izuku, maybe it would give you the chance to become stronger. Learn from my fighting style in case your foes attack with a similar fighting style. Zenobia, you fine. Izuku, and Irina, you will also be fighting him. He points to Yuto, who has just entered the ORC. Rias and Issei, Yuto? Izuku, what do you say, Yuto? Yuto, I'm all for it. At the battlefield, Zenobia, I'll try not to kill you, Midoriya. Izuku, good luck then. He activated his sacred gear. Zenobia, the essence of the Purple Dragon Emperor. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. Twilight healing. Sword birth. Essence of the Blue Dragon Emperor, and essence of the Green Dragon Emperor. They then started the fight. Zenobia slashed at Izuku with her holy sword, but she couldn't make a dent in his scales. Zenobia, what? Izuku, nice try. My scales are impenetrable. He shot lightning at her from his mouth. You see, after the raiding game, Izuku went to Akino to request help in learning how to utilize lightning. The lightning zapped Zenobia harshly and stunned her. Izuku, Alabama smash. She was punched and sent back. Irina, Zenobia. Zenobia got back up. Zenobia, I must say, I'm impressed. You are quite powerful as a purple dragon. Izuku, thank you. Zenobia, so, I think I should even up the playing field. Izuku, what? Zenobia fell on all fours. Violet scales appeared on her. A mark on her forehead appeared. She gained platinum jewelry on her neck and arms which transformed into dragon features along with the rest of her, including violet dragon wings. She had transformed into Izuku, and no way. Zenobia, this is my sacred gear. The essence of the Violet Dragon Empress, Spyro, that's Cinder's sacred gear. Zenobia, I will defeat you. She shot out a gust of wind from her breath and Izuku narrowly avoided the attack. Izuku, Spyro, what do you know about Cinder? Spyro, be careful. She's able to use Cinder's wind and fear abilities. The good news is that she hasn't got access to poison and shadow. That should make things easier. Izuku nodded and charged at Zenobia, but she flew up and Izuku had to follow. They clashed claws again and again, but Izuku was learning from her attack patterns. He started to dodge every single attack Zenobia made. She couldn't land a hit on him, even when she used her wind and fear magic. Izuku, Wyoming smash. He slammed his fist down on Zenobia's head and sent her down into the ground. Izuku then flew down with great speed and picked up Excalibur Destruction with his mouth. Zenobia, oh! Izuku shot forward and brought the sword close to her neck. Izuku, it's over, Zenobia. Izuku has won the fight, but Yuto did not win against Irina. Izuku, shall we call this fight a draw? Zenobia, very well. They both deactivated their sacred gears and Izuku dropped the sword. Zenobia, we must leave. They started to leave after Zenobia took back her holy sword. Izuku, hang on. There's one thing I would like to know. Zenobia turned to Izuku. Zenobia, what might that be? Izuku, do you know which fallen angels stole the holy swords? Zenobia, a leader of the Grigori, Kokabil, was directly involved. Izuku, Grigori? Akino, also known as the Protectors of the Son of God. They're a group of fallen angels. Izuku, you're not planning on fighting him alone, are you? Zenobia, we would rather destroy the holy swords than let them rest in the hands of fallen angels. Also, one of us has already been killed. He was a priest who was investigating the city. Yuto, it was Freed. Freed Zelzen did it. Izuku, him? Shoto, isn't he that stray exorcist I nearly beat in the abandoned building? Katsuki, that freak? Yuto, by pure coincidence, I was there when it happened. I'm sure he was wielding a holy sword. Zenobia, a stray exorcist, you say? I see, so that's who did it. We appreciate the info, but we ask that you not meddle in our affairs. Goodbye. They left, but Izuku, I can't do that. Because meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. He turned around to see that Yuto had disappeared again. Izuku, Yuto, I'm going to help you. I promise. After that, they all left and decided to get some rest. Team up. Izuku was walking to a cafe and met Issei there. Izuku, what's this about Issei? Issei, look, I know you want to help Yuto. I do too. But we can't do it if it's just the two of us. We need more help. Izuku sat down in a seat across from Issei. Izuku, but from who? Kaken and Shoto are already searching the city for him. Issei, what we need to do is destroy the holy swords. At least the ones that the fallen angels have. Izuku, how are we gonna find them? Issei, we need to convince Irina and Zenobia to let us help. Both of us. But we also need help from Saji, Izuku and Issei. Issei, Saji? Thanks for coming. Saji, no problem. So, one explanation later. Saji, are you nuts? Izuku, please. Saji, you are out of your mind. Who knows what the president will do to me once she hears that a holy sword's involved and you're telling me to destroy one. She'll kill me. Izuku, I'll protect you. Saji, yeah, right. You may be strong, but compared to Sona, you're Issei. If you say the word, I will make sure you pay. Saji, I was going to say toast. Issei, that better be the case. Izuku, what do you mean by the word? Issei, I'm not telling you. Saji, look, when our president gets mad, she gets really mad. Izuku, fine. Be that way. But I don't care. I'll do this myself if I have to. Saji, all on your own? Izuku, I can't just stand by and let Yuto suffer like this. He's my friend and I will always be there for him. Saji, are you sure that's the only reason? Izuku, you're right, it's not the only reason. The other reason is because his past. It's not the first time I heard that someone was experimented on. Saji, elaborate. Izuku went on to explain everything about Arie. Saji, I see. What he heard about how he refused to give up on someone, even though he barely knew her at the time, was inspiring. Saji, alright. I'll help. Issei, whoa, really? Saji, your cousin is quite inspiring. He really is a hero. Kaneko then walked in. Kaneko, glad you see reason in all this. That certainly makes things easier for me. Saji, can you blame me? Izuku is one hell of a hero. Kaneko, yeah? He is. Izuku, since the church are willing to destroy the holy swords to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, this makes the end result the same as Yuto's desire for vengeance by destroying them. Kaneko, they may not be eager to work with us. Izuku, if they aren't, well, I'm willing to go in with Kaken and Shoto. Kaneko, just you guys? Izuku, even if this isn't our business, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Issei, you've said that a bunch of times already. Who even taught you that? Izuku, All Might. Issei, yep. That tracks. Saji, All Might Fanba? Issei, the biggest All Might Fanba. His entire room is covered in his merchandise. Kaneko, wow. Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Issei, in any case, it's worth asking them. So let's do this. They all nodded. Later, Katsuki, any idea where those girls are? Shoto, nope. Izuku, there they are. Issei, where? Izuku pointed over to the two church members who were in a cape hood and asking money from people around them. Shoto, yikes. Izuku, we better help them. Everyone, good idea. Later at a restaurant, Zenobia and Irina were eating like this was the last meal they would ever eat. Saji, geez. Soon, they finished eating their food. Zenobia, what has this world come to? To support our faith, we have to take the help of devils. Irina, we've showed our souls to the devils. Katsuki, you could at least say thanks. Issei, are you really one to talk? Katsuki, touche. Irina and Zenobia put her hands together. Irina, O Lord, bless these kind-hearted devils. Issei, Kaneko, and Sahi, Ga, Shoto, I think praying gives them headaches. Devils, why you think? Irina, sorry. Force of habit. Zenobia, so? Why are you here? Issei, We want to help destroy the holy swords. Zenobia, what? Izuku explained why they wanted to help. Zenobia, I see. We could leave the destruction of one to you. It would be beneficial for us to work together. Besides, it would be nice to work together with more dragon-themed sacred gear users. Irina, are you sure about this? Zenobia, the enemy has the backing of Kokabil. We can't handle the power of 3 holy swords. Irina, but still. Zenobia, we have a 30% chance of coming back alive on our own. Irina, we came here knowing the odds. Zenobia, I know. We were sent by our higher-ups to sacrifice ourselves. Irina, isn't the self-sacrifice the ideal of a person of faith? Izuku, it's certainly the noble thing. But it's not our best option. Zenobia doesn't want you both to just throw away your lives so easily. Zenobia, thank you for understanding. Irina, okay, fine. After that, they left to find Yuto. Izuku and Zenobia searched the skies with their sacred gears. Zenobia, so Midoriya, this Arie girl, is she a good person? Izuku, the best. She is my precious daughter, and I will not let anything bad happen to her. Zenobia, I see. Quick question. Why did Asia choose to become a devil? Izuku, it was more like she had no choice. It was my fault. Zenobia, your fault how? Izuku, I let her get kidnapped by the fallen angels, and even after we rescued her, I let her get impaled with a light spear by Rainier. Zenobia, so it was either become a devil or die. Izuku, yeah? Zenobia, that makes sense. But, Izuku, if this is about that holy maiden thing I've heard about, forget it. She never asked to be like that, and the devil she healed was someone she simply wanted to help. She was punished for healing a devil, but personally, I would do the same. She acted like a kind and caring person. Not a witch. Zenobia, I see. I apologize for saying those things about your friend. Izuku shook his head. Izuku, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. It's Asia who you should be apologizing to. Then they heard. He has a point, Zenobia. Spyro, Cinder? Cinder, it's been a while, hasn't it, Spyro? Zenobia, you two know each other? Cinder, Spyro is my husband. Spyro, Cinder is my wife. Izuku, what? Zenobia, sure. We don't want anyone to hear us. Cinder, look, we can explain our lives another time. Right now, we have a mission. They nodded. Soon, they spotted Yuto and rushed down to him. It took some convincing, but Yuto was all in on the plan. Unfortunately, Rias and Sona caught wind of this plan. Eventually, they made it to the old church and Irina explained the plan. Issei, you want devils to disguise ourselves as priests? Irina gave them all priest clothes. Irina, I don't like this any more than you do. Yuto, I'll do anything for revenge. Izuku, we better split up. Zenobia, you and Irina go west. The rest of us will head east. Zenobia, if you find anything, give Irina a call. Izuku, right. Zenobia, oh, before we go, Issei, you need to know that the White Dragon Emperor is awake. Issei's eyes widened and so did the rest of the devils. Izuku, White Dragon Emperor? Katsuki, the hell is that? Issei explained everything he knew about the White Dragon Emperor. Izuku, I see. Shoto, seems tough. But let's focus on the problem at hand. Issei nodded. They then left. Izuku, here's the thing. We should look in an area that is not heavily populated. Yuto, I think I know where. Follow me. They followed Yuto. Izuku, hey Issei? Issei, yeah? Izuku, you don't have to fight the White Dragon Emperor alone. I'll be there for you. Issei, thanks Kaos. Eventually, they arrived at the old warehouse where they fought Visser. Katsuki, isn't this where we fought that stray devil, Visser? Saji, stray devil? Issei, yeah, we killed it because it lost control of its power and became a monster. Kaneko and Kiba walked in but stopped when they felt a chill. Izuku, what's wrong? Saji, I'm feeling a chill. Aren't you? Izuku, must be your devil instincts. Kaken, Shoto, and I aren't devils, remember? Saji, oh yeah. Kaneko, up there. She pointed to the rooftop where Freed was and he jumped down to slash at Yuto, but he blocked it with his sword. Saji, the stray exorcist. Katsuki, the freak. Freed, I remember you brats. Damn, I thought I saw some fresh meat, but it was just. The purple, green, and blue dragon emperors activated their sacred gears and transformed. Of course, their priest clothes fell off them. Katsuki, you need to shut up. He fired his earth breath at Freed, but Freed dodged it and tried to slash Katsuki. Luckily, his wing thrusters engaged and he dodged it. Freed, damn it! Yuto then rushed at him and started clashing his sword against his. Issei, let's do this, everyone. plus ultra style. They remove their church clothes and Issei activates his sacred gears. He noticed that Fried was able to hold his own against Yuto. Issei, Fried's as fast as Yuto. Saji, Yuto's speed boost isn't giving him an advantage. Kaneko, not good. Issei brought out his phone and called Zenobia and Irina. Fried, just be patient and I'll make sure to kill you all. Izuku activated One for All and moved too fast for Fried to dodge his St. Louis smash. Issei, gotta keep boosting. Shoto started to join in and clash his bladed wing against Fried's sword. Unfortunately, Fried was a lot stronger than the last time he fought, so he was being pushed back a bit. Saji, I can hold him in place. Line, Saji's sacred gear appeared. He sent out a bright blue line from his gear that wrapped around Fried's leg and he fell down. Saji, this is my sacred gear. Absorption line. Issei, cool. But I think Izuku's black whip can do more. Saji, hey. Issei shrugged. Fried tried to slash at the line, but it wouldn't break. Issei, okay, maybe it's better than I thought. Saji, that's more like it. Issei heard another boost. Kaneko, you know what to do. Issei nodded. Issei, Yuto. He ran towards Yuto and grabbed his hand, transferring the power to him. Izuku, get him. Yuto smiled and nodded. He kneeled down and gathered his power into a sword. Fried tried to slash at the dragon line again to free himself, but no luck. Yuto, sword birth. He stabbed his sword into the ground and made sword-like spikes move towards Fried. Unfortunately, he slashed off that attack with his sword, but Izuku appeared behind him. Izuku, Michigan Smash. He attacked Fried with his tail and sent him into a wall. Izuku, it's over, freak. Fried, damn you. Sword birth? They looked over to where the voice was coming from. Yuto, show yourself, with the right wielder. That sacred gear can become the most powerful weapon there is. Fried, you're still not used to using the holy sword, huh? Fried, shut up. Valper Galilei. Yuto, you. Issei, is that? Izuku, he must be. He's the leader of the holy sword experiments. Yuto, Valper Galilei. Valper, indeed. Fried, the thing is, this little lizard's tongue got me all tied up. Valper, put the power flowing within your body into the blade. Fried did just that. Izuku, everyone get back. Fried's body glowed a golden color, and he cut off Saji's line. Fried, I see. I can take advantage of my holy power and power up. Well then, how about I kill you first? He pointed his sword at Yuto. He then rushed at him, but then Zenobia came in and blocked Fried with her sword. Issei, Zenobia, Izuku, good timing. Irina then came up behind them. Irina, hello. Shoto, hello. Irina, we got your call. Saji, how? Kaneko, that was the plan. Issei held up his phone. Zenobia, blasphemers. Fried, Zelzen and Valpa Galilei, in the name of God, I, the Violet Dragon Empress, shall punish you. Fried snorted. Fried, don't you dare say that bastard's name to me. Valpa, Fried, we must flee. Those two have holy swords and one of them is the Violet Dragon Empress. We have enough trouble dealing with the purple one, let alone all 5 of the Dragon Emperors. Fried, sounds good to me. He pulled out a flash grenade and threw it to the ground to blind everyone's eyes. When they, Yuto, damn it, he ran off into the forest. Izuku, wait. Yuto, Izuku ran after him. Irina and Zenobia also went into the forest. Issei, hey. Why, Aries, you seem to have had fun. Sona, you all better explain. Katsuki and Shoto, pass. Aries, excuse me? Katsuki, we ain't your servants. You have no control over us. Aries, I suppose that's true. But, she glared at Issei and Kaneko. Aries, you two won't be so lucky. Katsuki and Shoto, good luck you guys. They left, talking with Yuto and enter Kokabil. Izuku was rushing through the forest all night trying to find Yuto. He couldn't find him. It was now morning. Izuku, if only there was an easier way to track him down. Spyro, it seems you haven't been paying attention to what your sacred gear does to you. Izuku, what do you mean? Spyro, Izuku, you transform into me when you activate your sacred gear. This gives you my abilities, including enhanced senses that a dragon has. Like scent. You can track down Yuto's scent. Izuku facepalmed. Spyro, you've gotta start thinking more clearly. Izuku, you're right. He activated his sacred gear and was able to find Yuto's scent. Izuku got it. He followed the scent and saw Yuto looking up at the sky. Izuku, Yuto. Yuto turned around and saw Izuku. Yuto, Izuku. What are you doing here? Izuku, I was looking for you. All night. He yawned. Yuto, why? Izuku, because I'm worried about you. Yuto, that's nice, But I promise I'm fine. Really. No need for concern. So leave. Izuku, you know, I once said that exact same thing. Yuto, what? Izuku sat in front of Yuto. Izuku, let me tell you a story. Of me in my darkest moment. Yuto, your darkest moment? Izuku nodded. Izuku, this happened after a terrible war. One that shook hero society as a whole. The League of Villains, or rather, the Paranormal Liberation Front, had managed to escape with their leader, Tamura Shigaraki, having All for One now as well as being possessed by All for One. Yuto's eyes widened at hearing this. Izuku, after that, I knew he was coming after me, so I left UA High. Yuto, why? Izuku, I didn't want to endanger my friends. I was scared that me staying there would put them in danger. So I left UA High to keep them safe. I told them all via note as well as explaining to them the truth behind my power. This part of my life lasted for an entire week. Yuto, a week? Izuku, yep. And truth be told, each day was worse than the last. I refused to get any sleep. I ate the bare minimum to survive. Most of the time, I was just fighting villains that were coming after me. Even a former pro hero turned villain. Yuto, why would? Izuku, she had to kill to preserve order, and it made her disillusioned. She even started to hallucinate blood on her hands. What she was forced to do was kill outlaws and corrupt heroes. Yuto, like Stain? Izuku, yes, but unlike Stain, she was essentially a puppet. And she turned to villainy because of our corrupt government, which led her to jail. Yuto, I see. Izuku, when I fought her, I beat her using FA Gene for the first time. Well, second time. Yuto, go on. Izuku, I was able to change her perspective, but as it turns out, All for One gave her two quirks. One was Airwalk, which she used against me in our fight, and a self-destruction quirk. Yuto, I can guess what happened. Izuku, yeah? She's okay now, but she told me the location of where she was supposed to bring me in the future. So I went there, but it was a trap in case anyone came there before time ran out. Set by All for One. We were barely able to escape the trap. After that, I continued on searching. But at that point, I was exhausted. Yuto, how long were you staying awake for? Izuku, I'd say about 6 days. Yuto, geez. Izuku, soon my friends confronted me, wanting me to come back to UA. But I refused and tried to escape. Yuto, you did? Izuku nodded. Izuku, I was willing to push my friends away because I thought I had to do this on my own. It took the combined efforts of the entire class to keep me from escaping. During that, they would all tell me how much I meant to them. Looking back, it makes me very happy. Especially since they were my first friends since Kaken. But, Yuto, you were too concerned for your friends to listen? Izuku nodded. Izuku, until they were able to catch up to me. Then Kaken did the one thing I never expected him to do. He apologized to me for all the bullying he did to me. I'll never forget that. Yuto smiled a bit. Izuku, when we got to UA, however, pretty much everyone was shouting at me to leave. I was starting to have a panic attack, but my friend, Achiko Uraraka, this one guy I barely knew, who convinced everyone to hear me out. Yuto. Barely knew? Izuku. I once met him during the day All Might and I met. He believed in me that day. Yuto, did he remember you? Izuku shook his head. Izuku, no, but that's to be expected. We barely talked. But that's not the point. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Yuto shook his head. Izuku, what you're going through is similar to what I was going through. However, you're doing this to avenge your friends while I was doing it to protect them. But my friends were able to help me. And we're friends, aren't we? Yuto, yes. We are. Izuku, then I am going to do for you what my friends did for me. Help you through this. Yuto, how? Izuku, we'll destroy those holy swords. You, me, and I have no doubt that the others are willing to help out too. Yuto, Izuku. Izuku, your grief and suffering will end soon. Do you know why? He tilted his head down, confusing Yuto before he shot his head up. Izuku, because I am here. Yuto, pfft. Bahahohahohahohahohahohaha. What the hell? Izuku's face went back to normal and laughed with Yuto. Izuku, I knew that would make you laugh. Yuto wiped a tear from his eyes. Yuto, thanks, Izuku. I really needed that. Izuku, someone I once knew said, a world without smiles and humor has no bright future. Kind of ironic since he doesn't laugh often. Yuto, well, can't argue with his reasoning. So now what? Izuku, we need to head back to the others. We'll destroy those holy swords. However what? Izuku, fair warning, but Rias is gonna be mad at you. Yuto's sweat dropped. Yuto, shit. Izuku, yeah? Then, they saw that the sky turned into a dark void night. Yuto, that doesn't look good. Izuku, we need to find the others. ASAP. Meanwhile with the others, Kokabil, good afternoon, everyone. Looks like this is our first meet, daughter of the Gremries. My name is Kokabil. Rias, good day to you, fallen angel leader. My name is Rias Gremry. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Kokabil. What beautiful crimson hair you have. You look just like your brother, Surzex. The Crimson Satan. Just the thought of him makes me sick. Katsuki, get to the part where you explain why you're here already. Kokabil, someone who's more interested in action. I respect that. I'd like to have some fun in the area around Kuoh Academy. Your headquarters in this city, Rias and Sona, our academy? Kokabil, if I do, Surzex will have to come help. Isn't that right? Rias, if you do that, there's going to be another war between God, the fallen angels, and the devils. Katsuki, that's insane. And that's coming from me, Kokabil. I expected Michael to come after me when I steal the Excaliburs, but all he sent was a weak exorcist and 2 women with holy swords. It's not enough. Far from it. Shoto, so all this time, you wanted to start another war? Kokabil, yes. I've been so bored. Katsuki, yeah, Issei? Which is worse? Me or him? Issei, him. Definitely him. Kokabil, either Azazel nor Shemhazai wanted another war. Issei, wait, Azazel? Where have I heard that name before? Akino, Azazel is the leader of the fallen angels. Kokabil, Azazel wasn't just against the war, he started collecting these sacred gears and doing research on them. Shoto, hope Izuku doesn't meet him. Issei, so you guys are after not only holy swords, but sacred gears too? Kokabil, I don't care about that stuff. Azazel might want it though. He loves collecting them. Issei, not happening. Kokabil, the fallen angels, God, and the devils are on the brink of war. One small nudge and a war will begin. Katsuki turned to Issei. Katsuki, and you called me battle-crazed. Issei, compared to him, you're close to a pacifist. Kokabil, so, I'm going to start with the devils. Your place of learning should be chock full of magical power. Enough to cause chaos. The perfect place for war. Drobot and blades. At least he means the CH kind of chaos. Fried laughs. Fried, isn't he great? He's why I'm so enthusiastic about this. He even gave me these. He shows 2 more holy swords. Kokabil, let's begin a war. He fired a light spear at them, but they were able to avoid it. However, Kokabil and Fried were now gone. Saji, where'd he go? Kaneko, to Kuoh Academy. Katsuki, we have to stop them. Sona, you're right. A fallen angel of his level could erase this entire city. Rias, but what about Izuku and Yuto? Issei, they'll get here. Trust me, Katsuki. One thing you should know about the nerd is that he never stands by and lets bad things happen when he can do something about it. Rias nodded. Rias, then let's go. They all rush off to Kuoh Academy. Just in time to see a giant beam of light shoot up into the sky. Meanwhile with Izuku and Yuto. Izuku, that doesn't look good. Yuto, I'm willing to bet that the others are going there. Izuku, let's go. They started to rush over to where the light beam was coming from. Versus Kokabil, Part 1. A protective barrier surrounded the academy from top to bottom, done by Sona and her peerage. Sona, this protective barrier should contain the damage. Rias, thank you, Sona. Sona, don't thank me yet. There's no guarantee it will hold. Rias nodded. Issei, where are the others? Shoto shrugs. Kaneko, I hope they're okay. Sona, we'll do our best to keep the barrier up, but the school building may not remain intact. Rias, we'll make sure that doesn't happen. Akino, I contacted Surzex. Rias, you what? Akino, I understand that you don't wish to cause trouble for your brother, but our enemy is one of the fallen angel leaders. We need his help. Rias, damn it. Fine. Issei, I need you to act as our support. Issei, your support? Rias, I want you to share your heightened power with everyone. Issei, I see. Alright, Rias, the rest of you. Make sure to buy some time. Everyone, hi. Rias, this time, we're on the offensive. We will storm the academy to prevent Kokabil from releasing his power. This time, our lives are on the line. And you better come back alive. Everyone, right. Issei, promotion. Queen, They rushed to the school field where they saw a massive gold magic circle being raised into the air. Asia, what's going on? Kokabil. I heard that this man wishes to fuse the 4 Excaliburs into one. They looked to see Kokabil. Rias, Kokabil, is Sir's X coming? Or will I be Seraphal? Shoto, it's us who have come. Kokabil snapped his dingers and created a giant light spear. He threw it at the gym class and obliterated it. Shoto, that was unnecessary. Kokabil, ha ha ha. Issei stepped back a bit. Issei, guys, do we even stand a chance against him? Shoto, it'll be tough without the others, but I think we have at least a small chance. Kokabil, since you've come all the way out here, why don't you play with my pets? He fires a beam at the ground and summoned Shoto Cerberus, Akino, the guard dog that guards the gates of hell. Katsuki, anyone else see the irony in our situation right now? Shoto, how is this ironic? Katsuki, Cerberus is the guard dog of the gates of hell. Devils are known to come from hell, and we're fighting them alongside devils. Shoto, now I see the irony. Everyone with a sacred gear activates them and Rias and Akino took to the sky. Shoto, this shouldn't be too hard. Shoto slams his front right claw on the ground, making the ice travel to one of the Cerberuses and froze it with ease. Katsuki, time to blink and destroy. He unleashed his earth breath and destroyed the Cerberus. However, the other one snuck up from behind and tried to attack Asia. Luckily, Zenobia came just in time to chop off one of its heads. Everyone, Zenobia? Zenobia, sorry for the wait. She activated her sacred gear. Then, she unleashed a siren scream with her fear breath. Because Cerberus is essentially a dog, it has sensitive hearing. So it screamed in pain before collapsing. Zenobia, it's over now. She flew to Cerberus's back and then created a giant cyclone. It sent Cerberus flying before rushing at it, and engulfing her back claws with wind and shot forward using wind pressure. Zenobia, after my fight with Izuku, I've learned that I can engulf myself with the elements I have. She thrusted her sword through Cerberus' chest. Cerberus turned back into flames and was now gone. Akino, as expected, Cerberus is no match for the power of a holy sword. Or rather, the Violet Dragon Empress. Issei, damn! His sacred gear began to glow. Drake, it seems your power has double enough to be useful in combat. Issei nods and rushed towards Rias and Akino, sharing the power between the two. Zenobia, impressive ability. Rias, let's do this. Akino, right. Then, Kokabil rushed right up to Kaneko, ready to kill her. But then, Izuku and Yuto came in just in time. Everyone, Izuku! Yuto, Izuku, sorry we're late. Is everyone okay? Kaneko, yeah? Rias, glad you two are here. Kokabil, OW. That was quite powerful. Izuku, you must be Kokabil. Kokabil, that I am. Rias fired her destruction power at Kokabil, but he just swats it away towards the tennis field, which destroyed it. Kokabil, I see. So the Red Dragon Emperor's power can make you this much stringer. Interesting. Valper, it's complete. At long last, the Excaliburs fused into one. Kokabil, upon the fusion of holy swords, I will take the energy that will be released. Rias, you put that power into an Earthbreaker spell? Issei, so this thing, Izuku, will destroy the entire town. Valper, you better get out before it's too late. The city will be destroyed in 20 minutes. Kokabil, if you want to stop it, you'll have to defeat me. Katsuki, Izuku. Izuku, I know. But not yet. He set a timer for 15 minutes. Akino fired lightning at Kokabil, but he simply grabbed it with his left hand and threw it back at Akino. Kokabil, fool! Akino got hit by the lightning and she fell from the sky. Everyone, Akino, Shoto, I'm on it. He created an ice slide to get her down safely. Issei, nice save. Shoto nodded. Yuto, Valper Galilei, I'm the survivor of the Holy Sword experiments. In truth though, you killed me and I was reborn as a devil. I will avenge my dead comrades. He ran towards Valper but Kokabil threw his spear at him. Luckily, Izuku brought Yuto back with Black Whip. Izuku, be more careful, Yuto. Kokabil, Freed then showed up. Freed, yes, boss? Katsuki, this guy again? Kokabil, this is it. Use the power of the holy swords and get rid of these fools. Freed nodded and took the Excalibur. Freed, who's first? He decided to charge at Shoto. Luckily, Zenobia came and slashed at Freed first. Unfortunately, he dodged it and got behind Zenobia, ready to slash her. But Izuku punched him in the face and sent him back. Zenobia, thanks, Midoriya. Izuku, try to be careful. That fused sword comes with many tricks. Freed got back up. Freed, you'll pay for that. Izuku activated his sacred gear. Izuku, go ahead and try. Freed slashed at Izuku and Zenovia with his sword that extended from where he was. Izuku was able to block it with his impenetrable scales. Freed then made duplicates of himself. Zenovia, which one's the real one? Izuku beats me. They surrounded the two. But before they could launch their attack, Izuku, smoke screen. A lot of purple smoke was unleashed and blocked their vision. Izuku and Zenovia unleashed their fire and wind breath side by side and destroyed all the duplicates. Then the smoke cleared. Valper, I did hear about a subject on the loose. But I never expected Hai to become a devil. I am grateful to your contributions. Thanks to you, the experiment has finally succeeded. Yuto, what do you mean? Valper, the power that each of you subjects had wasn't enough to wield the holy sword on its own. Which brings me to the solution. I simply had to take the power out of them. Izuku, what? Valper, then, I found a way to crystallize it. She showed them a strange crystal. Valper, this is a crystal made from the subject's power. Izuku, you bastard. Valper, those hypocrites. They shunned me as a heretic, yet they kept using the results of my research. If it were Michael, he would probably take the power without killing them. Izuku, are you telling me there was no need to kill them? Yuto, why? Valper, you were simply materials for those experiments. What was I supposed to do with you if I didn't dispose of you? Yuto, we believed that we were serving the Lord and endured the pain, yet you saw us as materials and disposed us all. Izuku, this bastard, and he's acting like he did nothing wrong. Valper simply threw the crystal at Yuto. Valper, take it if you want. We have the technology to mass-produce these crystals. Only much better. Yuto took the crystal and held it to his chest. And then, Izuku and Yuto, how many? Izuku and Yuto, how many lives did you destroy for such a bullshit reason? Then the crystal shined a blue light, and a bunch of ghosts showed up around Yuto. This made Izuku drop his anger in shock. Izuku, wait, are those Izuku Yuto's friends? Yuto, I've always wondered I deserve to be the only survivor. Many of them wanted to survive much more than I did. Did I really deserve to? Izuku slapped Yuto on the head. Izuku, don't say that. They gave their lives in order to save you. Rias gave you a second chance. Are you really going to think like this? Or are you going to live on for their sake? Yuto, Izuku, you're right. Girl 1, don't worry. Girl 2, if we all come together. Boy 1, open your heart to all of us. Girl 3, I'm not scared. Even if God doesn't exist. Girl 4, even if God isn't watching. Boy 2, our hearts will always be. Yuto, one and the same. All the spirits joined with Yuto, and they united as one, and now. Yuto, Izuku, I thank you for being there for me. And now I will stop Valper for the reason that you would stop him. Not for vengeance, but to make sure that no one follows the same fate that we did. Izuku, then go beyond. Yuto, heh. Plus ultra. Yuto, I will become a sword. My comrades now one with my soul. Let us fulfill our regrets and dreams of those days. I will become the sword of Rias and my comrades. Yuto, time to go beyond. Plus ultra. Yuto, this is the sword of the betrayer. A blade both holy and demonic at the same time. Izuku, whoa, Spyro, Yuto has achieved his balance breaker. It's kind of like a quirk awakening. But for sacred gears. Izuku, incredible. Valper, this is impossible. Zenovia, Yuto Kiba, do we still stand as allies? Yuto nodded. Zenovia, then let's work together to destroy that sword. Yuto, are you sure? Zenovia nodded. Yuto, alright then. Zenovia then summoned. She held it in her mouth. Zenovia, this is the holy sword, Durandal. It's able to split anything in this world. Valper, but how? Zenovia, because unlike Freed or Irina, I'm all natural. Valper, you're a genuine holy sword wielder? Zenovia, I can hardly control this holy sword, so we keep it sealed in another dimension. Freed tried to send spikes at Zenovia, but she destroyed them with her sword. Freed, shit. Zenovia, your incomplete holy sword is no match for the Durandal. Yuto then clashed with Freed at great speed before eventually destroying Freed's sword. Freed, no! Izuku then knocked Freed out with a Detroit smash to the face. Valper, this is impossible. Yuto, you're up next. Valper, now I understand. Everything makes sense if the balance between the holy and the demonic is skewed. Therefore, both the Satans and God. He then got a light spear through his stomach and died. Everyone was surprised by this. Kokabil, Valper, you were very capable. The fact that you reached that conclusion proves it. Rias, what's going on? Kokabil, I don't need them to complete my plan. I'm done with watching. He looked at Issei. Kokabil, you. I want you to maximize your power and give it to someone. Issei, what? Izuku, you actually plan to give us a chance? Kokabil, I want to see if someone can actually match my power. Rias, I'll do it then. Issei, Rias, alright then. Izuku, what was it that Valper was trying to say though? Versus Kokabil, Part 2. Issei and Rias walked side by side and holding hands until finally, Issei transferred the power to her. Rias activated tremendous magical power. Kokabil, that's some powerful magic. You seem to be as gifted as your brother. Rias fired everything she had against Kokabil, but it did next to nothing. Eventually, Rias was too tired to continue using her magic. Issei, Rias! She fell to one knee. Issei then helped her up. Akino fired lightning at Kokabil, but he blocked it with his wings. Kokabil, you dared to try and stop me, daughter of Barakil? Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto. Who? Akino, don't you dare associate me with that name. Zenobia. Barakil is the leader of the fallen angels who controls lightning. Akino fired everything she had at Kokabil, but it didn't do anything. Akino then collapsed from exhaustion. Kokabil, you've got an interesting family here, Gremory. The Red Dragon Emperor, a remnant of the Holy Sword experiments, and even Barakil's daughter, Shoto. So she's part fallen angel? Kokabil, Rias Gremory. You seem to like collecting trash just like your brother. Rias, don't you dare speak about my brother nor my servants that way. Such words are punishable by death. Issei charged at him. Issei, don't you dare say such a thing about her. Izuku, Issei, wait. He clashed his sacred gear against Kokabil, but he blocked it with a light sword with ease. He threw him back. Yudo, Zenobia, and Kaneko then rushed at Kokabil in an effort to defeat him, but it was all for naught as Kokabil was able to block their attacks and counter them with ease. Katsuki fired a bunch of lasers at Kokabil, but he deflected them. Shoto tried to blast him with fire, but he dodged it and sent a light slash wave at him, with Shoto barely avoiding the attack. Izuku went in for a punch, but Kokabil dodged it and slashed Izuku in the stomach and sent him flying back. It didn't penetrate his scales, but it still really hurt. Issei, damn it. Just a little more time and I can transfer my power to someone. Kokabil, I'm surprised you're still fighting despite losing your master. Zenobia, what? Katsuki, the hell are you talking about? Kokabil, shoot. I wasn't supposed to tell you. Zenobia, answer me. Kokabil. Kokabil laughed. Kokabil, I almost forgot. I'm stirring up a war, so there's no need to hide anything. In the Great War, not only did the 4 great Satans die, God died as well. Everyone was shocked. Katsuki, what? Shoto, God is dead? Izuku, no way. Kokabil, the war brought an end to all Satans and many high-class devils, as well as most lower angels and fallen angels. Pure angels could no longer reproduce and there are very few pure-blooded devils. Asia, no, this can't be true. Kokabil, all 3 factions needed to rely on humans in order to survive. The leaders of the 3 major factions concealed God's death to make the humans, who believe in God, survive. Zenobia, liar. Cinder, Zenobia. Stay calm. Kokabil, that doesn't matter to me. What does is that after the deaths of God and the Satans the war just stopped. I hate that. They told us to lower our raised fists instead of just continuing to fight and win. Azazel even said that there'd never be another war. Bull. Shit, Asia. If the Lord is gone, then where is his love coming from? Kokabil, Michael has taken God's role in leading the angels and humans. As long as the system is working, prayers, blessings, and exorcisms should work to at least some extent. Asia then fainted. Issei, Asia, Zenobia, I don't blame her for fainting. I'm surprised I haven't fainted myself. Kokabil, I'll end this war how it was supposed to end and take your heads as souvenirs. Izuku, shut up. They all looked towards him. Izuku, this changes nothing. This doesn't give you the right to destroy this town. Lightning was appearing around Izuku at a rapid pace. Izuku, you think that we'll just give up on this fight? Just because of learning something that has been going on for who knows how long? Think again. This changes nothing. Then something incredible happened. Izuku's purple scales turned blue. The orange part of his wings became a golden color. And so did his horns, spikes, underbelly, and tail. He had a new appearance. This was his balance breaker. Izuku let out a massive roar. Issei, is this? Drake, this is Izuku's balance breaker. Izuku took off at incredible speed and Kokabil couldn't react in time before getting a massively powerful punch from Izuku, sending him flying. Kokabil, GH! Izuku rushed back over to him and engulfed his right front claw in fire and his left front claw in lighting. Izuku punched him many times with this both clawed fist and Kokabil couldn't even block them no matter how hard he tried. Kokabil then tried to slash him across the chest, but he didn't even flinch in pain. Izuku then grabbed Kokabil. Izuku, Oklahoma smash. He spun Kokabil around and around before launching him to the ground. Kokabil, this kid is strong. Izuku rushed right to Kokabil with his left front claw now engulfed in ice. Izuku, Alaska smash. Kokabil was punched in the stomach by the icy fist and was sent back with ice frozen to his stomach. Then Izuku's alarm went off. Kokabil got up. Kokabil, you only have 5 minutes to. Izuku, gearshift transmission. Now Izuku was going at even faster speeds and was hitting Kokabil faster than ever. Kokabil, GH. Izuku, Michigan smash. He slammed his tail into Kokabil and sending him flying very fast. But not faster than Izuku. Izuku rushed towards Kokabil before constantly jabbing Kokabil with his spiked tail, causing lots of damage and building up kinetic energy in his tail. Kokabil tried to fly up and escape him, but Izuku, gearshift overdrive. Izuku, Michigan smash. He slammed his tail into Kokabil and sent him crashing into the ground. Izuku, Florida smash quintuple. He hit Kokabil with a fire-empowered fist 5 times in rapid succession, building kinetic energy in his right front claw. Kokabil tried launch thousands of light spears at Izuku, but he used his fire breath to destroy them all. Issei, Izuku is a beast right now. Zennovia, incredible. Cinder, and to think he hasn't unlocked ether breath yet. Izuku rushed at Kokabil again, changing his flight pattern so Kokabil can't track him. Kokabil, this sacred gear, he's the Purple Dragon Emperor. Izuku got behind him. Izuku, that's correct. And I'm all fired up right now. Izuku, Florida smash. He punched Kokabil and sent him flying while also leaving a nasty burn mark on his chest. Izuku, Illinois smash. Now he engulfed his horns in lightning and headbutts Kokabil, sending him crashing into the barrier. Izuku then used Black Whip and grabbed onto Kokabil and flung him back to the ground in front of him. Kokabil, this brat is too strong. Izuku, this town is under my protection. He sped right in front of Kokabil and blasted him with fire breath, burning him severely. Kaneko, you can do it, Izuku. Issei, do it. Izuku, hey, Kokabil. Kokabil was breathing heavily. Izuku was too relentless with his attacks and far too powerful. He was practically invincible. Izuku, it's time for a lesson. You may have heard these words, Izuku, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus, Izuku, ULTRAAA. Kokabil was shot right into the barrier and completely lost consciousness. He fell to the floor, severely damaged. Izuku phew. The spell Kokabil casted disappeared. Izuku fell to the ground and reverted back to normal. Everyone, Izuku. They all rushed to him to find him fast asleep. Kaneko, thank goodness he's okay. Well, would you look at that? They all looked to see. Katsuki, who's this guy? Sona, the White Dragon Emperor. Drake, will you continue to ignore me, White One? Albion, you are here as well, Red One? Drake, this wasn't exactly the best time to meet. Albion, it's alright. We're destined to face each other someday. This is all a coincidence. Vala took Kokabil's unconscious body and flew off. Katsuki, I'll take him home, okay? Rias, go on ahead. I think we've all deserved a break for now. With that, they all left. This battle was over and Kokabil was defeated. Pool party. Izuku had just woken up in his bed. Izuku, ugh. What happened? He tried to get up, but he felt a weight on his chest. Turning over the blanket, he saw Kaneko lying on his chest. Izuku, this again? Kaneko slowly opened her eyes and fluttered her eyes. She then noticed Izuku was awake and hugged him. Kaneko, you're okay. Izuku, TT2 close. Kaneko noticed what she was doing and got up. Kaneko, sorry. I'll go let Inko and Arie know you're up. Izuku, hang on, my memory is a little fuzzy. Is everyone alright? Kaneko, thanks to you, we are. You unlocked your balance breaker and beat the living daylights out of Kokabil. Especially when you activated gearshift. Izuku, I unlocked my balance breaker? Spyro, we were a bit lucky there. I wasn't expecting you to be ready so soon. But it couldn't have come at a better time. Izuku, I'll say. Kaneko, I'll go let them know as well as everyone else. Izuku, that would be wise. Kaneko left to tell Inko and Arie that Izuku was awake. Their response? Group hug. After that, Kaneko, Arie, and Izuku made their way to the ORC to see that Zenovia was still there. Izuku, Zenovia? Why are you still here? Shoto. Turns out that Zenovia decided to become a devil due to her knowledge that God is dead. Zenovia, I hope to become good friends with you all. Also, Izuku, I have taken your advice and apologized to Asia. Also, who is that precious angel? Izuku, this is my daughter Arie. Zenovia, oh. You and Kaneko had a child? Izuku and Kaneko blushed madly. Izuku and Kaneko, no. Izuku, let me rephrase. Arie is my adoptive daughter. I adopted her, Zenovia. That makes sense. Izuku sighed in relief while Kaneko was left to her own thoughts. Aries. Anyways, after we have all done such a good job taking care of Kokabil, Katsuki, more like Izuku, Zenovia, and Yuto carrying the fight. Aries, I'd say we've all earned a break. But we have to do one thing first, Shoto, and that is, later at the school pool. The pool was absolutely filthy. Katsuki, what the hell? Izuku, let me guess. This pool hasn't been cleaned in a year. Akino, that's about right. Zenovia, why do we have to clean the pool? Aries, since the student council helped us with Kokabil. I volunteered to it. In exchange, once we clean the pool, we get to be the first ones to swim in it. Issei had a very perverted face before he was pinched on the ear by Izuku. Issei, OW. Izuku, I know what you're thinking, Issei. Don't forget that Arie's here. Arie pinched Issei's leg. Arie, bad Issei. Issei, okay. Just stop pinching me. They let go of him. Shoto, like father, like daughter. Izuku, let's make this pool clean. Katsuki, like you did with the Goba Beach? Orc, that was you? Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Izuku, well, it was part of my training to inherit my quirk. Issei, geez Louise. Time skipped to the girls' locker room. Aries, so Kaneko, when are you going to confess to Izuku? Kaneko blushed. Zenovia, you're planning to confess to him? Kaneko, well, I was planning on telling him how I feel today. But I must admit, I'm a little nervous. Not just about my confession, but from how Izuku will take it. Remember what I told you about when he found out about him and his friends being the only boys in my class? Aries, kind of hard to forget. Wait, are you worried that his mental state is worse than we think? Zenovia, it would make sense. Asia, are quirkless people treated harshly? Aries, that's a light way of putting it. They are treated like second-class citizens. Most quirkless are treated like they should just die, and even our Green Dragon Emperor has treated him that way. Zenovia, why would he? Akino, when Katsuki first got his quirk, everyone kept inflating his ego. It wasn't entirely his fault. But he still should have known better. Asia looked down. Asia, poor Izuku. Kaneko, the bullying must have gotten to his head and I just hope he'll be okay. Zenovia, well, we have another problem. I like Izuku. Kaneko, what? Zenovia, so how shall we decide between the two of us who gets him? Akino, if you asked me, you shouldn't decide. Look at how our purple dragon emperor acts. What is the first thing that comes to mind? Aries, heroic. Akino, kind. Asia, determined. Kaneko, cute. Zenovia, powerful. Akino, exactly. What I'm saying is, he deserves as much love as possible from the people who truly feel that way about him. And if he has 2 girlfriends, that could be of great help to him. However, I would suggest not doing it at the same time. It might be too much for him to handle. Kaneko, in that case, rock, paper, scissors. Winner gets to confess to him first. Zenovia nodded. Kaneko, on 3 and then shoot? Zenovia nodded again. Kaneko and Zenovia, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Kaneko got paper and Zenovia got rock. Kaneko, paper beats rock. Zenovia, how does paper beat rock? Kaneko, paper covers the rock. Zenovia, that makes sense. Then Arie came in. Arie, does this mean I get 2 mommies? Everyone nearly fainted by her cuteness. After that, they left the locker room. Except for Zenovia. She stayed behind. In the boys' locker room. Izuku, I'm very nervous. Issei, of course you would. Katsuki, remember Issei. No perving. Aries here. Issei, I won't. Izuku, good. Yuto, hey Izuku? Izuku HM? Yuto, I wanted to thank you for helping me in my time of need. Izuku, there's no need to thank me. Heroes do more than just save lives. They save hearts too. I just did what any hero would do. Yuto, Respectfully, Izuku, I disagree. Especially after the story about Lady Nagant. Issei, you met her? Katsuki, of course you know about her. Issei, was she hot? Izuku, all I can say is that she was trying to kill me. Issei, oh. Yikes. Izuku, long story. Yuto, I'll tell you about it later. Issei, hey Izuku, you're not gonna pass out, are you? Izuku, I really hope not. But you know how I am. Issei, yeah? Yuto, in any case, I just want to let you know that from here on out, I'll always have your backs. All of you. Izuku, great to hear. Katsuki, let's get going. And so they did. Just in time to see that the pool was now cleaned. Izuku, wow. You guys work fast. Girls, thanks. They all turned to face them in their swimsuits and Izuku looked away while Issei was trying his very best not to perv out in respect for Arie as well as fear for Izuku destroying him. Rias, like what you see Issei. Akino, I think he does. Asia, what do you mean by that? Kaneko, you better not stare. Issei, I'll try. But only because Arie is here. Issei was wearing green swim trunks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find an image. Yuto, is everything ready? Yuto was wearing a white swimming cap and goggles as well as blue swim trunks. Katsuki, looks like it. Shoto, guess we should go in. Kaneko looked over to Izuku and blushed. Kaneko, he's so muscular. Katsuki, cannonball. Issei, I want to try that too. Cannonball. Everyone laughed at this before jumping into the pool. Except for Kaneko. Izuku, Kaneko? What's wrong? Kaneko blushed in embarrassment. Kaneko, I can't swim. Izuku, want me to teach you? Kaneko, you'd be willing to do that? Izuku smiled brightly. Izuku, of course. Kaneko's heart skipped a beat. Kaneko, alright. Please teach me. Izuku helped her into the pool and began to teach her how to swim. Issei did the same for Asia. Katsuki, hey, where's Zenobia? Rias, she's still getting ready. They then saw bubbles. Shoto, I didn't know this pool has bubbles. Katsuki, heh. It doesn't. Issei, you didn't. Katsuki, I did. Arie, what did Uncle Kaken do? Issei, he farted. Katsuki laughed like a maniac. Izuku, seriously, Kaken? Unfortunately. He was too focused on what just happened that he hit the back of the wall, and Kaneko ended up in his arms. Izuku sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going and Kaneko put a finger to his lips to signal him to be quiet. Kaneko, don't apologize. I know you well enough to know that you would never have bad intentions. She hugged him tight, making him blush madly. Kaneko, that's just one of the many reasons I love you. Now Izuku froze. Kaneko, Izuku, Kaneko, I think I broke him. Katsuki, you know, that's the first time a girl has ever confessed to him. Rias, so what do we do now? Shoto, wait for him to reboot. Kaneko, I should have known this would be his reaction. They all sweat dropped. Akino, how badly did you bully him? Katsuki, I was his main bully. Not his only one. Actually, everyone in our middle school bullied him. Even the teachers. Rias and Issei, what? Katsuki nodded sadly. Katsuki, UA is a much better school than Aldera Junior High. He covered his mouth. Katsuki, shit. Rias, where is the location of this school? Shoto, you aren't planning on destroying it, are you? Issei and Rias, yes. Shoto, calm down for a second. I'd rather we get it shut down than destroy it. That could cause problems. And I'm sure Izuku would agree. They dropped their angry expressions. Rias, fine. Issei, but only for Izuku. Shoto, I can live with that. That's when Izuku rebooted. Izuku, why you love me? Kaneko nodded. Izuku, why? Kaneko, many reasons. Your innocence, how you respect the privacy of others, your bravery, determination, kindness, and many other things. I love you for who you are. Izuku didn't even know what to say. What should he say? Izuku, this is a lot to take in. Kaneko, I understand that. After everything you've been through, getting confessed must feel well. Izuku, impossible. Kaneko, I was going to say Izuku, I need a moment. Izuku got out of the water and walked away. Rias, you did good, Kaneko. Katsuki looked at Izuku walking away. Katsuki, if only there was a way to check his feelings. Drobot, allow me. Drobot scanned Izuku. Drobot, Izuku's heart rate is very high. There is a 97.83% chance that Izuku has feelings for Kaneko. Katsuki, whoa. Kaneko, whoa, what? Katsuki relayed what Drobot had said. It made Kaneko smile. Issei, Kaneko? Kaneko, what perv? Issei, If you get with my cousin, you better treat him right. Whether we're in the same peerage or not, I will not tolerate Izuku being treated badly. Kaneko, you'll have to worry more about the people who treat him like that. I will not forgive them, Katsuki gulped. Kaneko sighed. Kaneko, you get a pass. Katsuki sighed in relief. With Izuku. Izuku, what do I do? I've never been confessed to before. Spyro, look into your heart. Find out if you have feelings for her. Izuku nodded. Zenobia Izuku? Izuku looked to see Zenobia and blushed. Izuku, hi. Zenobia, do I look good in this? Izuku, yeah. Sure. Zenobia, I'm glad to hear you say that. How have you been doing, recovering from your battle with Kokabil? Izuku, I'm alright. Balance breaker is exhausting, but it's worth it. Zenobia, I'll say. Izuku, I have something to tell you. Izuku What is it? Cinder. Zenobia, I'm begging you. Don't say it. Spyro, don't say what? Zenobia, I would like to bear your child. Izuku completely froze. Spyro, you what? Cinder sighed. Izuku then rebooted. Izuku what? Zenobia took a step forward to Izuku, and he took a step back. Zenobia, it's fitting anyways, isn't it? The Purple Dragon Emperor and Violet Dragon Empress. Izuku, why do you even want to do this? Zenobia, my purpose in life was to serve you know who, but now that's all been lost. When I asked Rias about it, she told me that devil's posses grant, give, and seek desires and that I should follow my desire. And my desire is to bear a child. Izuku, and why me of all people? Zenobia, after seeing you fight Kokabil, I realized that you possess more strength than anyone else I know. Such strong and special genes make you a suitable mate. It also helps that the dragons that reside with us are already married. Izuku, stop. Zenobia, huh? Izuku, this is ridiculous. You can't just try to have a child with the strongest person you seek. If you want to bear a child with someone, at least get to know them first. Go on dates, get married, stuff like that. Just because I beat Kokabil doesn't mean you should just mate with me. What if we aren't all that compatible? Izuku took a deep breath. Izuku, don't be in such a rush. What if there's someone else you want to love with all your heart? Zenobia, he has such a kind soul, Cinder, and yet a dark past. Zenobia joined the others. Izuku, I think I do love Kaneko. Spyro, then tell her. Izuku nodded. Izuku walked over to Kaneko and asked to talk to her in private. He then confessed to her. Izuku, Kaneko, I love you. I'm sorry it took me so long to tell you, but Kaneko kissed him. Kaneko, I'm very happy to hear you say that. Arie then came in. Arie, does this mean Kaneko is my mommy? They shared a look before smiling at her. Kaneko, yes. Arie then hugged her. Arie, mommy. After that, they had fun for the rest of the day before going home. Encounter with Yukai. It was Parents' Day tomorrow. Izuku decided to go for a flight to clear his head. His father wasn't exactly around most of the time due to working overseas. So it was just going to be his mother and Arie there because they couldn't find a babysitter that day. He wanted to go sightseeing around a new place to distract him from being nervous that his mom would make sure that the perverts would get what they deserved. He decided to look around in Japan's former capital, Kyoto. He had also heard that there were some cool things to see. Izuku found the city to be incredibly beautiful. There were a lot of places to sightsee. Since Izuku was still in his first year, he wouldn't be able to go on the class trip that Issei goes to. Might as well do it right now. Izuku, this place is incredible. Spyro, you bet it is. Izuku, maybe I should shop for souvenirs to bring back to Mom and Arie. Spyro, good idea. Then they heard some whimpering. Izuku, Spyro, do you hear that? Yoichi, I think we all do. 9th. Izuku, I need to find out what's going on. He walked in the direction of the whimpering before eventually coming across. Izuku, a fox? He then noticed that the fox's front right paw was bleeding. Izuku, hey. Are you okay? The fox looked at Izuku before growling and backing away. Izuku, it's okay. I'm here to help you. The fox had a distrusting look on its face. It clearly didn't trust him. It tried to step back again, but it flinched in pain. Izuku, you're hurt. Let me help you. Please. The fox looked into his eyes before finally letting him help. Izuku gently picked it up and took them to the vet to get their paw bandaged up. They then walked out of the vet center. Izuku, feeling better? The fox yipped happily before giving Izuku a signal to follow it. Izuku, you want me to follow you? The fox nodded and led Izuku through a forest. Izuku, wonder what the fox wants to show me. Spyro, who knows? He ended up in a place that shocked him to the core. A city that was filled with yokai. Spyro, guys, this is the yokai city. OFA vestiges, the what? Izuku looked at the fox. Izuku, this is the yokai city? How would you even? The fox smiled and suddenly transformed into. Author's note, I'm going to age her up a little bit. I hope that's okay. Now Izuku was entirely gobsmacked. Izuku, why you're a kitsune? Yes. My name is Kenneo. Izuku, I am Izuku Midoriya. Kenneo, you're also the Purple Dragon Emperor, am I right? Izuku, how did you know? Kenneo, news travels fast here in the underworld. Izuku noticed he was being looked at by a bunch of other yokai. Izuku, this isn't even the first time I've met a yokai. But that doesn't make this situation any less awkward. Kenneo, it's not the first time? Izuku shook his head. Izuku, I know a Nikomata. Kenneo, interesting. Yokai 1, wait, isn't he the hero known as Deku? Yokai 2, the one who went up against that Shigaraki guy and won? Yokai 3, he's also the Purple Dragon Emperor? Izuku, hi? Kenneo, whoa! I had no idea. Any chance I could have your autograph? Izuku me? I'm sure. He pulled out a notebook and gave her an autograph. Kenneo, thank you. You are a very well-known hero among the yokai world. All for One once attacked us and caused the death of many yokai. Izuku, wait, what? How did he know about the supernatural? Yokai 2, we don't know. It's likely he stumbled upon it by complete accident. He tried to take our abilities thinking they were quirks, but when he found out that we were yokai, he decided to test our power by fighting us to the death. We're not much fighters, but one of our greatest warriors, Mirko, was. Izuku Mirko? Yokai 4, you may not know this, but Rumi Yasujiyama is actually a rabbit yokai. Izuku, that's amazing. He took out another notebook and started muttering his thoughts about what other heroes could be yokai, or maybe even some of his classmates. The yokai were quite surprised by his muttering storm but let him finish. Izuku, there's just one question that's bothering me. He turns to Kenneo. Izuku, why did you bring me here? Kenneo, I thought that since you were acquainted with the supernatural, as well as showing such kindness to me. She held up her bandaged hand. Kenneo, I thought I could give you a tour around here. You already know about the supernatural anyways. Izuku, sure. Why not? But I can't stay for too long. My adoptive daughter, Arie, and my mother will get worried. Kenneo, wait, Arie? Izuku, yeah? That's her name. Yokai 5, she wouldn't happen to have a horn on her head, would she? Izuku, how do you know that? Yokai 6, Arie is a yokai. A unicorn yokai to be specific. Izuku, Yokai 4, Deku? Izuku, she is? Wait, how do you even know her? Yokai 7, because Arie was originally supposed to be the princess of the East yokai faction. Izuku, what? Yokai 8. The news of her disappearance was tragic for both yokai factions. We had thought she died. Izuku, Kenneo, Izuku, where she has been all this time from before I adopted her is a past that you may not want to know. With all due respect. Izuku turned to the voice before immediately looking away. Kenneo, Mom, yokai, Yasaka, this is something involving our own kind. We must know what happened to the princess of the East yokai faction. Izuku, fine. But I have 3 conditions. Yasaka, what would they be? Izuku, first, I need to tell my friends, the ones who know about the supernatural already, my mother, All Might, both of which also know about the supernatural, about you all. Yasaka, that is perfectly acceptable. What is the second condition? Izuku, I must tell Arie about all of this. She needs to know who and what she really is. I don't want to keep any secrets from her. Yasaka, well, alright. It's only fair that she knows. And the final? Izuku, what I'm about to tell you will make you really want to kill someone. Trust me. So I ask that you don't do that. What this person did was unforgivable, but I can't let this faction get involved with the human world to this extent. It could set every human on high alert. Yasaka, that last one is concerning, but alright. Now please. What happened to Arie? Izuku went on to tell them everything about Arie's past. This made the yokai furious at Overhaul. Unfortunately, they made a promise, and they weren't going to break it. Yasaka, I can see why you didn't want to tell us. That awful man must rot in prison for the rest of his life. Izuku, that's for sure. Yasaka, I wish we could destroy him ourselves, but we did make a promise to you. But we have to let the East yokai faction know about this. Izuku, if Arie is their princess, then it's only fair. Yasaka, thank you for protecting one of our own. Even if you didn't know about it. Izuku, even if I did, I still would have done it. He stares at his hand and clenches it. Izuku, that's just what a hero does. Devil. Angel. Fallen angel. Yukai. Human. Animal. It doesn't matter. Those who deserve to be saved are people who I will make sure I save. Kunu saw the determined look in his eye and blushed slightly hearing his words. This didn't go unnoticed by Yasaka. Yasaka, those are very wise words, Izuku Midoriya. Words that only a hero would say. With all of that out of the way, let us take you on a tour of the Yukai world. Izuku, thanks. For the rest of the day, Izuku was shown around the city and got to take in some incredible sights. After that, Izuku said his thanks for the tour and left for home. Kunu, I can't believe I got to meet Deku himself. Yasaka, yes. So when will you tell him how you feel? Kunu blushed. Kunu, what are you talking about? Yasaka, you can't fool your mother. I saw you blushing and staring at him. Kunu pouted and looked away. Kunu, maybe another time. I guess. Yasaka chuckled. Midoriya residence. Arie and Inko were sitting on the couch across from Izuku. Arie, Papa? What's going on? Inko, what did you want to speak with us about? Izuku, Mom. Arie. Today, I traveled to Kyoto and helped an injured fox. Inko, that's so sweet. Izuku, I'm not done. After I helped the fox, they led me to a city full of creatures like Kaneko. Arie, kitties? Izuku, Yukai. Inko, a city of Yukai? Izuku nodded. Izuku, as it turns out, the fox I helped was a Yukai kitsune named Kunu. She looked to be about a year younger than me. Arie, whoa! Izuku, I learned a few shocking things that day as well. For example, the Yukai city was attacked by All for One before being driven away by Mirko. Inko, Mirko knows about the supernatural? Izuku shook his head. Izuku, it's not that she knows about it. She's part of it. Inko and Arie's eyes widened. Arie, she is? Izuku, yes. I guess in the war she held back a lot to keep her secret safe. But that wasn't the most surprising secret I learned. Inko, what was? Arie, yeah, Papa. Please tell us. Izuku, Arie, you're a Yukai. They both froze for a moment before. Arie, I am what? Inko, Izuku, are you serious? Izuku nodded. Izuku, as it turns out, Arie is a unicorn Yukai. The fact that the Yukai in the city knew about her is proof enough. Arie, so my horn is, Izuku, not part of your quirk. It's your Yukai heritage. But that's not all. Inko, there's more? Izuku nodded. Izuku, there are two Yukai factions. The East and the West. In Kyoto, there is the West Yukai faction. I don't know much about the East faction's location. In fact, I only know one thing about the East Yukai faction. Inko, and that is? Izuku, Arie is actually the princess of the East Yukai faction. They froze again for another moment before. Arie, I'm a princess? Inko, but how? Her parents, Izuku, according to the Yukai, Arie's real parents were actually on the verge of death not long after Arie was born. She was taken to the human world and left with a couple that would hopefully take good care of her. And well, you know the rest. They nodded sadly. Arie, so my birth parents were nice? Izuku, I don't know. My guess is yes, and much better than your ex-mother, I guess, because they cared very much for your safety and only left you because of death and felt like the human world would be safer for you. I'm sure they're watching over you right now. Happy that you're okay. Inko, this is a lot to take in. Izuku, the Yukai felt the same way when they found out about Arie. They thought she was completely gone. Inko, as in dead? Izuku nodded. Izuku, they were ecstatic to know that she is alive and well. Arie, Papa? Next time you go to the Yukai, can I come with? Izuku smiled and nodded. Arie, thank you, Papa. Inko, and thank you, Izuku, for telling us all this. Izuku, it's only fair. It's about Arie after all. Inko, yes. Now, please rest up. Big day tomorrow. Izuku, you're right. And so, they all went to sleep. Ready for tomorrow.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.